You know what, everybody? Tim and I are here. Welcome, everybody. Here we are. We're all here. And Tim and I were talking, thinking we were live, but we never clicked the live button. So this day has gone off to an amazing start. But we are live here. We are awaiting the Michelle Troconis trial. Tim and I were trying to figure out what the Latin was
Here
on
it
this
is. I've got it
seal.
for
What is
you.
it, Tim?
He
Yes.
who
What is it?
transplanted still sustains. That's their
One more
state
time.
motto. He who
He,
transplanted still sustains.
there you go. He who transplanted still sustains. Chelsea Whitaker. She says best day ever, unless you're hosting this. I give my back another hour and 17 minutes before I'll be laying on the ground. Luckily, it is Friday. So, a quick recap of STS events. Look at this. Tayo Toys, or I never know how to pronounce it. Apologies. But by the way, where is my car is hidden over here. Tayo Toys made this for me. This is a miniature sports car that is all decaled up with STS stuff. It's incredible. So shout out to him. But so let me recap everyone. Tim Jansen is here with us, legal analyst extraordinaire. We were trying to do the Courtney Clenny case. She's the OnlyFans murder Instagram model accused of murdering her boyfriend. That hasn't even started yet. It's on a Zoom, but we had the Zoom audio on one channel and the Zoom video, and it was crazy. I don't know if that was a courtroom thing, STS thing, but regardless, we will match the video and audio later in the day and put that out at some point tonight so you can see it. It's expected to be pretty short, maybe just settle on a trial date. In the meantime, we have all switched over here to the Michelle Troconis trial. This is the woman who's now on trial. Her ex-boyfriend, who wasn't really an ex-boyfriend, but he's an ex-boyfriend because he unalived himself. And that's because he was arrested and set to face trial in the murder of Jennifer Farber Dulos. She is a New Canaan, Connecticut mother of 5. Her body was never found. Just this past October, as they were doing jury selection for this trial, a judge declared her dead. A judge said she is no longer with us, even though the body has never been found. So the estranged husband, he unalived himself as he was awaiting trial. He was let out on bail, and he was at home and connected a hose to his tailpipe, and that was how it ended for him. Meanwhile, this girlfriend of his, it was his living girlfriend. Her name is Michelle Troconis. She is on trial today. She's a Venezuelan national who, from what I understand, grew up in Miami, where I am, and somehow wound up in Connecticut. She was also a TV presenter, as they say in the UK, in Venezuela. So she is accused and being charged with conspiracy to commit murder and helping Fotis Dulos, the now no longer living estranged spouse of Jennifer Farber Dulos. She's accused of helping him dispose of body parts. He was seen on video dumping things into different dumpsters in Hartford, Connecticut, not far from New Canaan. And this trial is coming to you from Stamford, Connecticut. By the way, Tim Jansen, I don't know if you remember this, but when I was at Fox 5, this is horrific. I covered a story, and I just can't remember the last name, but it was speaking of Christmas, it was Christmas Eve in this city, in Stamford, Connecticut, and a mother that night in a fire lost her 2 children and both of her parents in a massive fire on Christmas Eve.
It's terrible.
That was a horrific story, really horrific. And she has somehow gotten her life back together. Look at this. JW. Here's what's so weird about JW. She's in Canada. She has my initials. And I found out her last name is the same as my last name. It is Waldman. Crazy. She says you need a standing desk. They are amazing. By the way, one of my biggest fears in life as a news reporter was just passing out on live television. Irrational fear, I know. but a standing desk would make it much more likely that I would just topple over in front of all you guys. So I'll stick to the sitting desk. The problem is, I just have to get a better setup. I have to have a monitor up there because I'm always turning and looking in odd ways. So here we are, Tim Jansen. Yesterday, again, it was super bizarre. There were no opening statements in this trial. The judge read the rules. By the way, a very smooth judge. He sounds like Morgan Freeman. By the way, 3 degrees in Wales. But the judge, Kevin A. Randolph, very smooth, very good handle on the courtroom. And he read the jury instructions. And after jury instructions, they just went right into the first witness, which was a lieutenant from the New Canaan Police Department. And then they started to show some really lengthy videos of the inside of Jennifer Farber Dulos' home. So after they separated, she was renting a home, and the home that they had built together is this massive kind of mansion. But this is, of course, Jennifer Farber Dulos. There you see a mother of 5 young children. Those kids now with the grandmother, her mother, Jennifer's mother in New York. This, of course, is Michelle Troconis, who's on trial. That was her outfit, looking very sort of Connecticut-esque, preppy, if you will, and in that beige sweater. And then we're back to the live shot of the courtroom as we're awaiting this trial. Tim Jansen, odd not to have opening statements. Space Coast, we will definitely do this here. We'll let you know if there are any audio issues. Yesterday, the audio was incredibly low. Hopefully, it'll be a little bit more pumped up today, but we will tweak it as we go. Tim Jansen, what are we expecting, do you think, today? They're supposed to present some sort of presumptive blood evidence. What are they laying the groundwork for with all of that?
Well, yesterday I agree with you on the judge. I thought he was a very comfortable judge. He's very comfortable in his position. He's calm. He listens to everybody, and then he makes his ruling in a very low tone. Very confident. He'd be someone it'd be enjoyable to try a case with. He looks like he's very experienced, and I was kind of surprised how smooth he was on the bench. So the big thing today, they tried to keep out the lawyer for the defense, Schoenhorn, I guess his name is, did a motion in limine.
Schoenhorn, yeah, John Schoenhorn.
And he said he's been doing it for 42 years, so he's experienced. He tried to keep out that because presumptive blood is normally not admissible because it has to be tested to be proven to be blood, right? Look at the Murdoch case. What happened in that case? They had that blood and they found out it wasn't human blood. So they kept it out, and it could be very damaging if there's blood on the car inside that they're trying to say there's not enough material. It has been tested. You can't say it's presumptive blood. And then the judge basically said, well, you can cross-examine. And that was not on docket yesterday. So he's probably going to have to rule today whether this officer can say it's presumptive human blood. That's a big thing for the defense. They want to keep out. And I'm curious to see what the judge is going to do, whether he's going to let him say presumptive blood or whether it appeared red-like substance. And then cross-examination can say, well, you didn't really test it. You can't say it's blood and you're not an expert. So those are important factors in this case because they want to show they don't have a body in this case. And the court just ruled that she was deceased recently for this trial. So this is going to be important evidence. State wants to get it in. Defense wants to keep it out.
Just when I thought Black Widow couldn't get better, I'll put up this comment. I will not read this comment because I don't want to get yelled at, but it's a good one. It's a good one. It's something my own mother would probably say to me. Houston, Texas is in the house. Let me see. We are now obviously waiting. That Space Coast, things are sounding good. I was hearing a little ambient noise on the courtroom, but now I'm not hearing that, which is a good thing because There you go. Look at Lizzie Fabulous, reminding me of something I didn't even mention. I pre-ordered the book. I will gift that one because I will listen on Audible most likely. Lizzie, you're the best. She's talking about my new book, which has the same title as the podcast, Surviving the Survivor. And there it is, the COE right on the money. If you hit that QR code with your little cell phone, you get your camera up. You can hit the QR code. It takes you right to the page on the Amazon that will let you pre-order the book. It is the most important story I've ever told. Carm and I are gearing up for, a little book tour and some publicity. We're going to go on shows. We're going to talk about it. A lot of different aspects to this book. She is arguably the oldest podcaster in the country. She's a Holocaust survivor. She's a licensed therapist. I talked to her about life. I talked to her about death. Rhonda Husaru, I like that. When is the book out? It physically will be out May 14th. That's what the publisher is telling me, I believe, just around Mother's Day. And right now it is available for pre-order. And Carm and myself will be doing the audio track for the book, which I can't wait because it's going to be funny because she has an accent and she doesn't read English. She reads English perfectly, but with an accent, which is funny. And there's a lot of curse words in there. She likes to curse at me. So she's going to have to say those words on the Audible version of the book. So that should be kind of interesting. Tim Jansen, here's a question. Is it normal to not issue a death certificate for 4.5 years when there was a boatload of circumstances and physical evidence that was not compatible with life? That's an interesting question. And please keep those capital Qs coming if you have questions for Tim Jansen.
It's all depending on the jurisdiction, the state, the judge that's going to get it before him, because you could have significant blood and the person could not die. People have faked their deaths in the past. But after 4.5 years, I believe the court believed it was time, and a court felt comfortable that she hadn't been found or seen. So I'm not going to say it's unusual. I've seen it quicker than that in the Winchester case I had. It was, I believe, really quick, but there was insurance, and that was part of the defense's or the prosecution case, was that the father-in-law and the father of the defendant who committed the crime did the insurance and convinced the judge to rule them dead. So it can go either way depending on the state and the evidence, I believe.
Soliata, I thought she was Argentinian. She's not an Argentine. The father of her children was an Argentine, but she is from Venezuela. Here is Judge Kevin A. Randolph. Let's listen in for a moment here as he sets the stage for the day, and let's hope the audio is a little louder from the court today than it was yesterday. Let's see what's going on here. This is one camera, by the way, for this entire large courtroom.
Yesterday regarding the presumptive blood tests that were conducted by Detective Riley will be testifying to today. So that needs to be addressed prior to his testimony.
Thank you. Are you ready to call your witness?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bring the jury in, please.
All are about to stand for the jury. This is, you see, day 2 of the Michelle Troconis trial. She is accused of conspiring in the murder of Jennifer Farber Dulos back in 2019, who was just declared dead back in October. This is live footage of the courtroom. You can see Michelle Troconis with her glasses off her head today and her lawyers by her side. John Schoenhorn is the lead defense attorney. Michelle Manning on the state side is the lead prosecutor. As you see here, STS wants justice for Jennifer. This presumptive blood evidence, Tim, as we wait. Again, what kind of expert are we going to see here, do you think?
I think he's a lieutenant, and he's going to, I guess, based on experience. I don't think he's a blood expert.
Let's see who this person is.
If I may, Your Honor.
Pearson, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Jamie Pearson. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Well, we'll see. Maybe she doesn't look like law enforcement. I hate to say that, but
We're about to find out.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Sergeant Jamie Pearson, Jamiepearston.
so she is law enforcement.
You may be seated.
Affiliation?
Connecticut State Police, Western District, Major Crime.
Thank you.
I meant she wasn't in uniform. That's what I meant.
May inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good.
You currently work with the state police?
Yes.
Okay. And your current rank, please?
Sergeant,
How long have you been a sergeant with the Connecticut State Police?
approximately 2 years.
If I may just, thank you. Could you please describe some of your training and experience with the state police?
Yes, I was hired in 2008. At the time, I attended the State Police Academy. I have received extensive training throughout the course of the academy, as well as outside institutions, to include interview, crime scene processing, scene mapping, photography, evidence collection, blood pattern analysis, various other things.
Are you with a particular division or department within the Connecticut State Police?
Yes, Western District Major Crime.
Okay. And do you specialize in any, I guess, a specific part of major crimes?
Yes, I'm currently the supervisor of the crime scene van.
When you say crime scene van, can you just briefly explain what that is?
Yes, each district is assigned a van unit, which is comprised of detectives that is responsible for processing crime scenes, to include scene documentation, photography and such, as well as analysis, interpretation.
And you are currently the sergeant for Western District?
Yes.
In 2019, what was your role?
I was a detective within the same crime scene van unit.
How long have you been working in the van unit total?
I began in 2018 as a detective and then assumed command upon promotion.
And which was when?
2021.
Thank you. I'm going to draw your attention specifically back to that May 2019 timeframe. Did you have an occasion to respond to 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan?
Yes.
Do you recall when you responded?
I responded on the 27th.
Was that the first time that you responded there?
It was.
Okay, so you did not go on the 24th or 25th?
No.
Okay. What was or why did you respond there?
I was tasked with producing a scene map as the continuation of scene processing was extended to the 27th.
Was anyone from New Canaan Police Department on scene when you arrived?
Yes, there was a marked cruiser securing the scene.
And who else from the Connecticut State Police was on scene with you?
Myself, Lieutenant Colonel Davison, Detective Riley, Detective Hazen, Detective McGavin. I believe that was it.
And you mentioned a sketch map. Is that what you, could you just explain what that is?
Yes, we take measurements from the scene to produce a map which would depict spaces, whether it's size of a building or the room, the crime scene in question, as well as evidence in its relation to the scene.
In this case, what did you mean by scene?
I was tasked with mapping the garage of 69 Wells Lane.
What's the purpose of a sketch map?
We want to memorialize the location of evidence, as well as other items. It could be furniture or things of interest, things of value.
And you mentioned a few names individuals who were with you. In the course of going through the garage, or what were their assignments?
Lieutenant Colonel Davison was called in to assist with the blood pattern analysis. Sergeant McGavin was the scene officer, so he produced a scene report. Detective Riley was responsible for evidence collection, and Detective Hazen took photographs.
And you mentioned a blood pattern analysis. What is that?
It's when the blood presented is analyzed and interpreted.
Are you trained in blood pattern analysis?
Yes.
Is that in any way connected to reconstruction of a crime scene?
I am not trained to the same level as others. I have a basic understanding and knowledge of blood stain.
You did not conduct the blood pattern analysis in this case, did you?
I did not.
Okay, who did?
Lieutenant Colonel Davison.
Now, have you worked with Lieutenant Colonel Davison previously?
Yes.
About how often?
I began on patrol in 2008 with, at the time, Trooper Davison, but I've known him throughout my entire career. And when I joined Major Crime in 2013, he was in the unit and we worked together throughout that tenure.
Now, in the course of creating a sketch map, are there certain steps you take?
Yes.
Could you just walk through some of those steps that you do?
Once the items are items of evidentiary value, I should say, once they are identified, I produce field notes where I am measuring them in to the scene and memorializing it in a note pattern. I then take the notes and put it into a report and produce a actual map utilizing Easy Street Draw, which is the program.
What types of tools do you use when you create the sketch map?
Various things. In this case, I used a laser distance measurer as well as a steel measuring tape.
Like Candy Runner states 8, I believe, is a full exhibit, no objection?
That's correct, no objection.
Page 8 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
I may just have 1 minute to sign in here.
So Joel, this witness is a very good witness, very thorough, answers the questions, and she even gave her limitations on the blood, which gives her really good credibility. She's going to be a strong witness for the state.
And what is, what are they trying to achieve with her, Tim?
They're trying to get her to say that the red objects they saw is consistent with presumptive blood, and that's what they want to get.
And Tim, real quickly, someone asked earlier, it was a great question. She was just declared dead.
Your Honor, and of the clerk, if the televisions are on.
She was just declared what?
I just have
She
a
was
moment.
just declared dead in October, but they charged Troconis and Dulos with murder before she was declared dead. Is that unusual?
You don't have to have a body in court, but you certainly should have the person declared deceased before you file murder charges. That's kind of unusual that they would charge someone with murder before they've been declared dead.
Tim, you don't have a ambulance in your living room, do you? I believe that's in Stamford, Connecticut.
Behind you, if I may, this is page 8, picture 1, which is actually a PDF. And Your Honor, I will say this is with respect to Sergeant Pearson, I have to alternate between PDFs and photographs, so it might not go as smoothly as I hope. With respect to what's behind you, Sergeant, if you can do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the first map of 8, which is an overall of the garage located at 69 Wells Lane.
Now, you talked a little bit about taking measurements and utilizing a ruler and a tape measure, I guess. Is that a way to say it? Thank you. Can you walk us through, perhaps explain how you use those tools to create this map?
Yes, in this case, I use a rectangular coordinate method, which is the method where you have 2 steel tapes on the ground in this instance, and they intersect at a right angle to determine a distance from 2 known points. In this case, it was the footings of the poured cement garage floor.
Would you mind, please, Your Honor, may I ask her to go up to the screen point? Thank you. Sergeant Pearson, can you please head on up? When you say the footings, what do you mean?
Shout out to
Perimeter,
Tarek
there's
Basuri,
approximately 3¼ inches
big friend of the
of
show.
cement that
Shout out
protrudes
to Big
to the interior of the
Cat,
sheetrock
Big
walls.
Pond Podcast.
And do you have a marking next to that and you have an arrow directing it? This is in the, I guess, the bottom middle of the PDF. And a number on the top says 3.25. What does that mean?
That's the approximate measurement of that protrusion of cement.
Could you please explain on the, I guess, working your way from left to right, if you could just explain some of the markings. You have A, B, C. What is that?
So these were evidentiary zones that allowed us to segment the garage into a more workable space. And then I was able to take measurements from each evidentiary zone and elaborate or blow it up into a larger map.
With respect to the, I guess, zone G, why is that in the middle, or why is that depicted like that?
So G contained a vehicle at the time of processing, and we mapped G with the Range Rover in place as found by detectives.
And D, E, F?
Same as A, B, and C, it was in the southernmost garage bay. It was split into 3 evidentiary zones.
KCL, I agree with your
Right
observation.
side, or I'm sorry, not
Right
even
there,
the
the great minds think alike,
right
Tim
side, but on
Jensen.
the
Yeah,
left,
I
there
agree
is
with
an
her.
arrow that has
This is
a number.
So Tim, you think this is a big uphill
21,
battle for the state?
I
starting
think
with
for
21.
murder, yes.
Explain what that
Accessory
is.
after the
So this
fact,
would
no.
be interior
But the
dimension,
murder, they're going to need more evidence than what they
wall
have.
to wall, which would be east-west in a measurement of 21 feet 1 inch.
Did you measure from, I guess it would be north-south as well?
I did, so from north to south, footing to footing, the interior measurement was approximately 33 feet and 11 inches.
Now, you also have writing on the left-hand side, and I'm putting my cursor on it over here. What does this mean?
This is part of our map legend, which is generally included in every map that we produce, and it includes the case number, the date, the type of case, the location, my name and signature, as well as the scale, north arrow, and whether or not it's one of the series.
Now, there's a marking right in, I guess, grid B that states area of convergence. What is that?
Area of convergence was determined on scene through measurements of the blood stains found relevant to this investigation. It's where a line is drawn through the long axis of each blood stain, and where those lines intersect in a 2-dimensional plane is what's called the area of convergence.
Did you determine the area of convergence in this case?
I did not.
Who did?
Lieutenant Colonel Davidson.
Is the area depicted on the map conveyed at the area B where it says area of convergence? Is that documented where that area was determined to be?
Yes, approximately.
Okay. And up here on G, on the, I guess, top middle, what is that supposedly supposed to depict?
That was 2 wooden stairs that left the garage floor and entered a entry door into a mudroom of the home.
You can have a seat, Sergeant Pearson. Did you map any other part of the garage? Or I'm sorry, not the garage, the residence?
I did not.
On states 8, picture 2. Sergeant Pearson, if you can just take a look behind you. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
that is the northernmost garage bay of 69 Wells Lane.
And I also see an A, B, C. What are those markings?
Those correspond with the evidentiary zones that we just saw in the map in that left or northernmost bay.
Did you conduct this, by the way, did you put the yellow marking tape down?
I did not.
Okay, who did?
Lieutenant Colonel Davidson.
Was that done before any seizing of exhibits or documentation of any exhibits that were found in the garage?
On the 27th, yes.
And
Well, Connecticut has a crime problem.
behind you again, Sergeant Pearson, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen? This is states 8, picture 3.
Yes.
What is it?
This is a blowout of evidentiary zone A in that northern garage bay.
Would you mind also getting back up and pointing to a few things? I apologize. Thank you. Okay. On the, I guess, right middle, there are these dots with a letter and number, A18, A17, A16. What are those supposed to represent?
So items that are listed not as an exhibit. So for example, 18, 17, and 16, as well as 15, 14, 13, and 12. Those are items that were used for blood pattern analysis. Not necessarily exhibits unless it states next to it.
So with respect to A18, and then there's a parentheses, exhibit number 41, parentheses, close parentheses, what does that mean?
That is a piece of evidence, so seized as exhibit 41, but also utilized in the blood stain pattern analysis.
So with respect to any documentation on your map that has a letter and number, it is only the ones, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, that have the exhibit next to it that were seized as exhibits in this case.
Yes.
And the others were used for reconstruction?
Analysis, yes. And the A corresponds to the evidentiary zone.
Okay. I may see, I'm going to do states 3, photograph 4.
So defense has to be careful with this witness. She's not one to mess with.
Yeah, she's no nonsense. I like her.
Yeah, the defense better be careful.
Tim, I may have just, I
Do you
have
recognize
a
it's
laptop
depicted in that
stand and I
photograph?
just raised
Yes.
What
raised
is
it like
depicted in that
a
photograph?
foot, as you can
This
see,
is,
because now you can
evidentiary
see all
zone A.
this.
Yeah.
Hopefully this will
Now,
save my neck and back.
When
Tim.
something is seized
hoping.
as an exhibit, is it set as you delineated on your map? Or is there a corresponding, I guess, a sticky or marker tag or placard that is used on that to document on the scene?
Yes, so typically if it is an item of evidentiary value, it is either noted by a yellow evidence placard. It could be a sticky scale, which has the exhibit number on it. It could be an arrow, something that could later be photographed and then mapped in to the scene.
Rhonda makes a really good point. The prosecutor
States
seems like
8, picture
she doesn't know
5.
some of the answers for the questions she's giving, which is unusual for an expert like this. You would have gone over this
Pearson,
over and over
Please
to
explain
get it
what's
right.
depicted on states 8, picture 5.
This is evidentiary zone B.
How much
also in
prep
northern
time
North
goes
area.
into, how many hours does a Connecticut
And
state
on the
sergeant like this
left-hand
spend
side, there are those
getting ready
numbers,
for a trial like this?
B11, B10,
A lot,
B9. Is
especially
that
when you got
similar to what
graphics like this,
specified
because
for
you make
an
sure all the
It
graphics
is.
are
So
what you
again,
want.
items used for
And as you can tell, these graphics are better than a photo
evidentiary zone.
because it really describes where things were, the distances, where a
Numeric
photo
evidence
doesn't really give you that.
included the
And
exhibit
this
number.
expert is really good
There are
because
exhibit
she says
numbers
she
here
admits when she didn't do something,
that are
it gives
in
her credibility to
a
the jury.
box
She's
or
not
square,
making
I should
things up.
say, as
Now, I
opposed
don't
to
know if that was prepared by the
letter
prosecutor to give her
deliberation,
credibility or the
which is Exhibit
prosecutor
43. Do you
is a little
see where I'm
puzzled
pointing out?
about what's
Yes.
going on.
Can you explain that for me?
This is
By
an
the way,
item
you're not going to get
that
this
was
anywhere
seized
else. You're not
from
going to get a
evidentiary zone
seasoned
B,
criminal
however,
defense
not
attorney like Tim
utilized for
Jansen
blood stain pattern analysis.
mid-trial giving
And
analysis.
does your
So
map
there you
on
go.
B
We
also show
are changing the
area
game of
versions
trials.
Yes.
by Mark Davidson?
Yes,
Thank
on the right-hand side of the map.
States 8, picture 6. What does this depict?
Technology is so fast. In the old days, you would have to sit down, go back up and put the
And
exhibit on,
picture
and
7,
then the other side, and then you have to walk back. Now they can just do this,
with
push
exhibits
a
42,
button.
43, and
So much
various
quicker.
sticky scales that I referred to earlier.
And you pointed to the bottom right as an example. Is that an example of what you were saying designated as a exhibit or a marking that was used for reconstruction? Here,
These may have been, I can't quite see.
I can scroll up.
Yes, so that's an exhibit. It looks like, I can't tell. if
It's a little blurry because
Yeah,
it's
58 or
zoomed in.
38,
But if I can refer you back to your garage beam map, would those, the stick that you're pointing to, would they correspond with?
Experiencing, now we can talk. Experiencing technical difficulties. Really good witness.
Look at
Really
this. This is not
strong
STS.
witness.
This is the court. That's interesting. I wonder what the heck is going on. You know, there are supposed to be storms going through, I think, but I hope that is not the case. This is the court putting up this sign here. We are currently experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by. I can
Right,
assure
you
you
said
that is.
Can you
There we
explain what
go,
that
we're
is?
back.
That is a 9-foot wide garage door, overhead garage door, traditional garage door.
And it's the three on the left-hand side.
That is a 3-foot window.
And states 8, picture 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is it?
this is the northernmost garage bay, evidentiary zones A, B, and C.
And the zone marked with C, is that corresponding with your map?
Yes,
I'm gonna show you states 8, picture 10. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
yes.
What is it?
Evidentiary zones D, E, and F in the southernmost garage bay.
Did you map those sides as well?
I did.
Okay, states 8, picture 10. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes.
What is it, please?
Evidentiary zone D with the relevant exhibits seized.
States 8, picture 11. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
Evidentiary zone D.
Now, on picture 11, states 8, actually going to zoom in a little bit. There are these, I guess, white, backwards L-shaped things. If you can just explain what those are.
That is a scale typically used in photography to photo evidence and have a standardized scale in the photo.
States 8, picture 12. Do you recognize this photograph, please?
Yes.
What is it?
Evidentiary zone E.
And states 8, picture 13. Could you please explain what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, it's a photo of evidentiary zone E.
States 8, picture 14. Same question, Sergeant, if you can.
Evidentiary zone F.
Now, did you, in the course of creating these maps, document every single thing that was seen in the photographs, the preceding photographs that I showed you?
No, I documented and measured in items of evidentiary value or items utilized for blood stain pattern analysis.
With respect to some of the markings that are, well, strike that if I can, states 8, picture 15. Do you recognize what's depicted here?
Evidentiary zone F.
Now, with respect to items that are seen in this photograph, is every single thing that has either a white L-shaped ruler or other marking contained in your map, states 8, picture 14? I'm going to put that up again. Is it, if you put the two side by side, it may take me a while and I might break my computer if I attempt to do that, but is everything contained in that photograph contained in your map?
No,
Okay. Oh, why is that?
the items, if we refer back to the photo, there's items nearest the trash can that have the large L scales. We just discussed those appear to be transfer type stains, but not seized as evidence or utilized in blood stain pattern analysis.
So with respect to some of those transfer type stains or markings in the garage, did you document those in your sketch map?
No,
Were those documented otherwise?
in photography, yes.
States 16, I'm sorry, it states 8, picture 16. Show you picture 16. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, this is entry zone G.
With respect to exhibit 67, is that related to a actual exhibit?
It is not. Originally, an item was designated as Exhibit 67 and subsequently photographed and mapped in. And it was later learned that it had been relocated and not seized as an exhibit. Therefore, I submitted an additional addendum map to correct that.
With respect to exhibit 67, do you know where exhibit 67, was there actually something that was delineated 67? Should say that.
On this map,
No.
yes, so 67 was seized from the northern garage door, the interior side of the garage door.
And states 8, picture 17. What does this depict?
This is the vehicle that was located in evidentiary zone G with, it looks like several exhibits on the side as well, exhibit 44.
And when you conducted your analysis with respect to creating the map, the vehicle was in place?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat, Sergeant. Thank you. With respect to any of the evidence that was collected on 69 Wells or in the garage, did you have anything to do with the evidence collection process?
No.
With respect to the Land Rover or Range Rover, actually, that you see on the screen behind you, did you have anything that day or anything to do with the evidence collection process with the Range Rover?
No.
Okay. With respect to a Chevy Suburban, are you aware there's a Chevy Suburban related to this case?
Yes.
Were you involved in the processing of that item?
Yes.
Okay. What day were you involved in that?
We traveled to New Canaan Police Department that following day, so the 28th.
And what was your assignment with respect to the Chevy Suburban?
I took the inventory of the Suburban.
By inventory, what do you mean?
We document the vehicle as found by Western District Major Crime detectives, and we inventory the items seized as well as the condition of the vehicle and some like
Real
mileage.
quick note, you keep hearing that
things like that.
tapping at a keyboard.
Would
That
that
is coming
also
from
include
inside
any
the courtroom.
blood
I've
spatter or
double and
anything
triple
that
check that
is,
coming from inside the courtroom, possibly the
I
court
guess evidence
reporter.
processing?
Now that I told you
That's
about it,
the
you're
right
going
way
to be
to say it,
distracted by
but
it. I
would it
don't want to
include
say
it?
anything, but I
I
do.
understand the question.
So that day we did process the vehicle fully, but the inventory does not contain evidence in that report.
What is the purpose of doing an inventory report?
We want to document everything that was found in the vehicles so far as like personal belongings, or I mentioned damage, mileage, things like that.
In the course of conducting the inventory search of the 2017 Chevy Suburban, did you determine if there were any WeatherTech liners in the vehicle?
Yes.
What do you mean by WeatherTech liners, or what are we talking about? So we're on the same page for what a WeatherTech liner is.
Yes, it's a custom formed, but it's a hard rubber mat that protects the vehicle floorboards, interior vehicle floorboards.
And were those custom mats inside the vehicle?
Yes.
Where?
The front left and front right had individual ones, and then there was a very large mat that spread from the second row passenger to the third row rear passenger, one large mat.
Was there a WeatherTech liner in the trunk of that vehicle?
No.
Nothing further, thank you.
Your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Interesting. Let's see how he attacks. They're going to
Was
take
that-
a minute.
Yeah, that was kind of a punctual place to end. Why did she decide to stop right there? That was Michelle Manning, I believe.
She's just building up the crime scene, the photos. She's establishing the credibility of the investigation, how thorough they were, documenting, laying out things. It's kind of
Good morning,
a,
Sergeant Pearson.
but it's
Morning.
necessary.
I think we've spoken before.
Yes.
I just have a few questions about what you did at the residence in New Canaan. When you placed, there are a couple of pictures I just want to ask you about, and if I would ask that if we could put up just for a minute Exhibit 10A. And if you just look back there for a second.
We don't have a 10.
It's so weird they make the witness turn around to look
It's
at the
numbered,
screen.
it's the Exhibit 8, but it's, 10. This is 10A from Exhibit 8 that you were just showing a little bit. And I'm just going to ask you if you would please explain. There is a, the yellow tape that's placed on the measuring tape. Is that in inches or in centimeters?
I believe it's just inches. I don't recall if the other side has metric measurements. I'd have to look at it closer.
Right, and you're aware of the fact that if it's metric, there are approximately 2.54 centimeters to 1 inch, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you'll take my word for it.
I will.
All right. Can I zoom in a little bit, please, on the yellow tape measure, please? Zoom it in. And of course, it's a little bit blurry, but you can't tell from here whether it's inches or centimeters, is that right?
It appears to just be inches.
Okay. And then there's the little, could zoom out again, please. Now, you also made reference to some of these white tapes. And again, I'm just going to, I'm referring to, we're talking about these little white items such as what's on the blown up image now. Now, we can't read this in the blow up, can we?
I cannot.
So let me go to, let's go to Exhibit 11 and see if we can see it any better, please. And for the record, this is garage D. This is the section of the garage that you called, I think, D, correct?
Yes.
The portion, all right. And if we can look at, there are a bunch of these little white tapes down there. If we could just slightly zoom in on the white L-shaped portion. Let's do the larger one there. Now, there are little numbers that do appear on this photograph, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell whether those are in inches or in centimeters or millimeters for that matter?
I'm familiar with the largest of the two scales, and that is metric. The smaller may have, it looks like it's all metric.
Okay. And do you recall whether the numbers are, the number you see marked centimeters or millimeters? I'm assuming centimeters, but I'm asking you.
Yes, centimeters. The smallers would be millimeters.
All right. Now, if you look at the bottom right of this blow up there, where you see the yellow tape down at the bottom there, and again, I'm just going to, for the record, these appear to be centimeters as well, do they not?
I believe they're inches.
Okay, fair enough. But if you compare the yellow to the white, you'll see that the measurements in yellow are, of course, where each number is larger than the number of spaces with the lines up at the white part. Is that correct?
Yes.
So just for the benefit of me, so if we're looking at the red mark that I'm now circling here, that's between the L shape of the white centimeter markings, could you just describe, based on those measurements, the approximate size? And again, I'm not going to ask you to get up there and measure it, but how approximately size do you see this red mark there? Approximately how long that is and how wide it is?
I'm merely guessing, but a couple inches, possibly.
Okay. And if you would now please go to number 17 on Exhibit 8, please.
So Joe, what he's trying to do is make that object so small
And you indicated that
for his
you marked
cross-examination.
the something on the ground there under the tire, that you placed that yellow marker on that in that photograph, correct?
No, I did not.
Can you just tell us who placed the markers?
I would guess the evidence officer did that.
Right. So when you say you guess, you weren't there when that was done. Right?
I did not see that, no.
Right. So you didn't have a say in which places markers would be placed,
No.
right? So you come in there on this occasion, at least at the garage, to document what someone has already done with regard to the yellow placards.
Yes,
What about the white? We have a couple of those same white markers on the side of the Range Rover, correct?
yes,
Did you place those?
I did not.
So as I understand it, what about the yellow measuring tape in inches that's marking off the quadrants?
I did not place those.
All right. So someone else, do you know who did that, by the way?
The yellow tapes would have likely been Lieutenant Colonel Davison. The evidentiary items with the white scales or yellow placards, likely the evidence officer,
Okay.
Detective Riley.
But again, you weren't there for that, so you don't know.
I was there, I didn't do it though.
But you don't recall seeing who did it. It's 4.5 years ago.
No, I do not recall.
All right. But did anyone direct you on what to take pictures of on that occasion?
I didn't take any photographs.
No, I'm including the ones we're looking at right now. You took that one, didn't you?
I did not. I didn't take any photographs at 69 Wells. I simply mapped the garage.
I misunderstood. You
Yeah.
only did the measurements.
Correct.
And you used the measurements for your map design, which we saw, correct?
Yes.
So, and so I'm clear, of all the photographs that you were shown and you were asked to describe, you took none of those.
I did not.
The measurement maps that we have, you documented what was already in photographs that someone else did, is that right?
Yes.
And then you added it to your various maps that we saw, right?
I did not. The state did. It's not in my report. I simply included the maps and my narrative in my report.
So when you say the state did, I'm not sure I understand. What do you mean by that?
I think it was prepared for court that way.
Oh, but did you not prepare the actual PDF maps that we just saw?
Yes, just not the photographs.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
You didn't have photographs interconnected with those, with your maps?
Correct.
You just did maps?
Yes.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Is there a redirect,
No, sir, thank you.
or did you miss that, sir?
So when he started, he said, we've talked before, he probably deposed her, so he already knew what she was
If I
going
may have
to say.
a brief 5-minute break just to set up the computer with respect to Detective Riley. He is my only other witness for today, but there is some documentation the state wishes to show him.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a matter of setting up for the next witness. We would ask that you return to the deliberation room. Please do not discuss the case.
So this is a good break time, Joel.
Yeah,
That
he
was a
usually
very-
takes a break right at 11:15, but it looks like they're going to break a little early here. What's interesting, Tim, she just said that's my only other witness for the day. What does that mean? Because does that mean court's going to adjourn
No.
adjourn early today?
I mean, she set up everything she has now. Then this next witness is going to take the length of the day. He's going to go over every piece of
Got it.
evidence that's already been
Fourth
introduced.
order is that there be no photos taken for which we can hear a click. That is not permitted. So if you can muffle the click, that would be in compliance with the order.
So the photographer is hunched over near the judge taking a picture with a big camera, and I'm sure it was making a clicking sound. If you've ever seen media.
Yes, Your Honor.
Judges don't mess around.
I just have a moment to.
He looks straight out of Central Casting with his Morgan Freeman voice and that bow tie. This guy's got a command of the courtroom for sure.
So the one question was, why does a lawyer say he's got a couple questions, takes 2 hours? Well, they say that because they try to disarm the witness and look like that the witness didn't really hurt them, so they don't really have to ask a lot of questions.
It's my understanding that through this witness,
and then they try to
introduce at least 3, perhaps 4, because I went through this last night, photographs of the glow of either luminol or Kastle-Meyer, which is shortened in some documents to KM, which is the reagent test, the presumptive test for blood. I had cited in my motion State versus Moody. I also cited the New Jersey appellate court case of State versus Pittman and the Arkansas case of Young versus State, which were subsequent to Moody, that all stand for the proposition that the presumptive test for blood, whether they use luminol or they use the Kastle-Meyer product, is some kind of an aerosol spray that reacts to different substances. One of the substances is blood. There's other fluids that do, but also certain kinds of cleansers do, certain rust products do. There may be I saw one article that listed 30 things that react to it. Now, I'm not sure, other than what the state mentioned yesterday, the idea that it should come in just so that the state can explain why certain pictures were taken. We're about to see, I didn't count them all, but about 40 photographs that cover all of these same areas. We've already seen pictures of drops of blood, alleged blood, or blood-like stains from both the Suburban and from the garage. We also had the video that showed and there were zoom ins of the same thing, as well as the body camera showing something that was a blood-like stain. Now, State versus Moody addresses 2 issues, and the case that was mentioned yesterday, the Grant case, and there are a couple of other appellate court cases. There were 2 issues in Moody, and I want to make this clear because the state has kind of conflated the 2 issues. The first issue in Moody was whether or not a lay witness or anyone else, a police officer, could imply that something looked like blood, and whether a lay opinion was appropriate in the absence of confirmatory testing. Both in Moody, there's another case called Whipple, State versus Whipple, where they discuss that, and then in Grant, they explain the difference between the findings in Moody and Whipple and in the Grant case, where it wasn't about luminol, it wasn't about this presumptive blood testing, it was instead about whether a lay witness can say, it looked like there was a pool of blood, the person was bloody, etc. And that was the issue in those later cases. I think I emphasized yesterday, I don't want to have to re-quote it, but the Supreme Court the Supreme Court of Connecticut has specifically said that there is absolutely no probative value whatsoever in the presumptive testing. And therefore, the fact that they took some additional photographs, which we're going to have every inch of these vehicles being photographed anyway, because there's a presumptive test that glowed, is going to confuse the jury. And I'm going to explain, it's not just going to be about here. Later on, when they do the presumptive test of the glow, the luminol in the Tacoma, it wasn't blood at all. It's not human. It's not organic. So the only possible reaction of this jury is they're going to be thinking that somehow aha, the fact that this turned, it glowed in the blue light, there must be more blood there. There's hard, as the court is well aware, there is not very much blood at all on either scene, either on the Suburban, which now the court has seen, or in the garage. So the danger here is the prejudice is the jury's going to think, oh, well, there's more because this spray makes it look like there was even more that we're not picking up. But in both cases, as far as I know, when they tested it, it was when they went to the lab, it was not blood. But when we get back to the issue at hand, since it has no probative value under Moody, and the issue has to do with whether or not it's going to either be confusing or in some way prejudicial. If they're going to try and introduce it, then I insist that we have a Porter hearing, because if the court, I thought it's already been decided that it has no value, and a lab person down the road may testify to that, but in light of your ruling from yesterday, if the state doesn't ask a subject matter, I don't get to cross-examine about it, and then only if I decide to put on a case in the defense case would it even come out. And so, in following the court's rulings and the way the court wishes to proceed, we're talking about 3 or 4 pictures today through Detective Riley, or I don't know if he's now a sergeant, but he was a detective at the time, and asking in the question why he took certain pictures, which I submit is irrelevant since they took pictures of everything and documented everything. So in light of the decision in Moody and in the case of State versus Whipple, where there's such a strong view by the Connecticut Supreme Court that has no probative value, and they use the word whatsoever, that it will only lead to prejudice. And I submit that the argument that, well, they can distinguish Moody, not on this issue. There is not a single case that I could find anywhere that said that it had probative value at all. That is, we're talking about this reagent spray test, at any probative value whatsoever. But there's a lot of not only danger or prejudice, but confusion. What's the jury going to think? What's the court going to instruct the jury? That it has no value and we're only putting it in because that's where the officer wanted to take pictures? There's like 40 pictures we're about to see from Detective Riley. The whole car, the 3 pictures where they use the blue light to do that, or the black light rather, and it looks blue in the photographs. There's no explanation for it. There's no legitimate basis for it. So on those bases, I ask the court to preclude, again, we're talking about 3 or maybe 4 pictures out of 40 which are going in. I could also argue cumulative, but we don't even get to that in light of the fact that there's just such danger with this particular misunderstanding and misapprehension for what's essentially junk science. There are a lot of things they could, I'll give you one last example and I'll sit down. There could be a situation where a police officer conducts a polygraph test and said, yes, polygraphs are not admissible, but based on what was said, I then went and did X. But of course, the Supreme Court has said you can't bring in polygraph for any reason because it's not reliable and has no probative value. So to use that as the reason for conduct by a police officer in this case would certainly be more prejudicial than probative. And it's also not necessary for the state's case to prove their case. I just have 1 minute. I've also been reminded that in Moody, the court talked about how that particular piece of evidence had an impact on the jury. And that's why the Supreme Court was so adamant that it's not admissible because it has no validity in either science or in the law. Thank you.
So first, Attorney Schoenhorn, the court wants to understand what the nature of the testimony may be from this next witness. So this next witness took photographs, is that correct?
No, that is not correct, Your Honor. If I may interject, the next witness didn't take any photographs. The next witness is the evidence officer who determined which items in the garage to seize as exhibits and or document as evidence. He authored an evidence report or exhibit report, which indicates every item that is documented on Sergeant Pearson's map. He is the individual who made that decision in connection with with Lieutenant Colonel Davidson to examine those items. He also, if you look at the exhibit report, did KM testing on around 30 of those exhibits, Your Honor, some of which, about 4 of them came back negative. He documented that as well. There are about 3 or 4 photographs the state intends to introduce as well with respect to the luminol that was done on the car that counsel is referring to, but it's not by itself what this detective is testifying to. He's testifying to the content of the photographs, not taking them. So just to be very clear on that.
Well, what is his testimony expected to be?
His testimony is going to walk through the garage, identify the items that were seized as exhibits in 69 Wells itself, in the house.
So let the court interject here. His testimony is going to be what items were seized that were of evidentiary value, correct?
And what he did when he processed the scene, yes.
Let's just talk about what he decided to seize.
Yes, Your Honor.
So his testimony is going to be he decided to seize what?
With respect
to
the
this
presumptive test. Yes, Your Honor. He worked in connection with Lieutenant Colonel Davidson with respect to the blood pattern analysis that was done. He seized various swabbings of various blood spatter that was found, including some of the exhibits. He tested them for using the KM test. He then swabbed them, the process of swabbing them and logging them as exhibits in this case.
So again, the court has to ask this question. What he did was swab those areas of that vehicle or garage floor, correct?
He swabbed those areas and he performed the KM test. And then they were subsequently sent to the lab. He is part of that chain in command. That is the nature of the testimony presented, Your Honor, with respect to the presumptive test.
So he is going to be asked, the court assumes, that he did not take the photographs, correct? Because Attorney Pearson did not take the photographs.
She did not, and the state did not offer them as a photographer. I offered them as a representation of what the map was. And
well, the only way, counsel, that the jury knows what was or what the garage floor looked like was through photographs.
Yes.
The only way that your next witness can testify about what he swabbed is because we saw the photographs.
Those, and there are more photographs that the state intends to introduce. He will testify to each one if necessary. If counsel is objecting to those photographs coming in, then I will lay a foundation for each and every one, utilizing the screen and asking him if that is a fair and accurate representation of what he observed that day and what he sees as evidence. I have no problem doing that, Your Honor. I did not do that, by the way, with Sergeant Pearson, just for the court, because counsel did not have any objection to the photographs coming in to save time, but I will if that is what is needed.
Well, the testimony is going to have to reach the point where he says he swabbed this area because.
Yes.
And that's where this issue arises, correct?
If I may just clarify and actually bounce off what counsel said, what we discussed yesterday, and I believe the court order ruled an issue on, is the fact that the police officer can testify, or even lay witness can testify, that something appears to be blood-like. That would be the start of the testimony. Then I believe Detective Riley will testify as to, once he determined that it was blood-like, what his next steps were, either to swab it or test it for utilizing the KM test. So it's a link in the chain after. So just to keep those two issues separate.
just to phrase it colloquially, he's going to testify, it looked like blood to me.
Yes.
Next, he's going to indicate that it was swabbed because it looked like blood to him.
Yes.
And also he performed a presumptive test, correct?
Yes, but just to qualify that, Your Honor, I don't believe that the only reason it was further swabbed and further steps were taken was simply because of the look of the item. It was the entire concept or the facts of the case, including the fact that we have Jennifer Dulos is a missing mother of 5 who dropped her kids off from school and never returned home, including the fact that it all happened in her home. The blood was positioned in one location and made it more likely that it was blood. There were numerous factors going into his decision. So it is a little more nuanced than that.
Well, counsel has indicated that there are a number of grounds on which he believes that a lay witness should not testify concerning the presumptive test. Now, what counsel laid out, and the court is just indicating what it understands from the argument. First, it may confuse the jury. Second is that it was prejudicial. Well, the issue is not whether it's prejudicial, it's whether it's unfairly prejudicial. So what the court is going to do is review State versus Moody and any related cases. And we have to take a recess for that.
And if I may, Your Honor, I would ask the court to review State v. Grant, which is 286 Con 499.
286 Con 499.
Yes, sir. It's a 2008 case, as well as State v. Downing.
State v. Downing.
Downing, DOWNING, 68 Con App 388, 2002.
The citation again, please.
68 Con App 388, 2002 case. And of course, the state would always refer, yesterday I referred to State v. Schaefer, which is that 1975, 168 Con 309. So I would ask the court to review those. And then after, at some point, the state would like to be heard on the motion, on the legal analysis side of it. I would just ask the court for that time when the court is ready.
One other matter that we don't have to talk about this second, but what I just heard Attorney Manning say is that they're also going to suggest that the reason certain pictures were taken because of all this hearsay that he heard. So they're going to do a narrative about what they think their theory is, which again is not necessary. This is the evidence technician who gathered evidence. I was also under the impression, based on what was said, that they took photographs at the same time. But if they didn't, I'm not going to object to the other photographs coming in through this witness. They obviously, whoever took them, and there are multiple detectives who took photographs at various points. I'm not going to require the author of those photographs because any witness can say, is this fair and accurately represent what it looked like when you're in there? So I'm indicating that for the record. However, asking to explain why he took certain photographs so we can get into multiple narratives about the hearsay about the case, when all he needs to say is, I went in there, I had information, and I took photographs. What he heard about the case is not relevant to his actions. And it would also involve the confrontation, my right to confront and cross-examine about whatever he was told, whether it was accurate or an inaccurate, where this witness won't be able to say. And I just think it'll take us on a little detour, unnecessary detour through allegations that were being made in the media and from other individuals. So I just note that may be part of what's going to be heard. I just don't know.
Can I just clarify again? This witness did not take the photographs. Counsel keeps reiterating about why photographs were taken. It's not the state's intention to offer testimony that Detective Riley ordered those photographs taken because the photographer meant to take that specific photograph. It's the actual exhibit Cs.
Fair enough. I will amend my remarks. The fact that he took certain swabs does not depend upon the nature of the investigation in terms of what he had heard about what had happened in the days before he got there. He was assigned to take certain, it looks the way it looked, he took certain swabs, and then it went to the lab. I have no objection to any of that. It's this prejudicial notion that we have to get into either hearsay or worse, junk science as a basis, which the Supreme Court has said easily confuses the jury, especially since we won't be hearing from the lab until at least a week from now, as far as I know.
If I can, Your Honor, just clarify a few things here. And again, I would like to be heard on the law. So if at some point I would, so before we get back into cases, but just to make sure that the record is very clear that the detective with his training experience is going to testify, and this is the offer of proof, about why he took a swab. It's not just because of the color. Otherwise, we'd be taking ketchup stains everywhere. It is because of his training and experience and his interpretation as the evidence officer. He has a right to that testimony. With respect to the law, I will reserve my argument for when Your Honor deems fit.
Thank you. Well, it is clear that the evidence officer was summoned to 69.
Tim Jensen, give a quick little synopsis of what's going on here right now.
Well, I want to hear what the judge says, but
So
Well, let's wait for the judge.
one could claim, well, that's hearsay.
I'm not objecting to that, Your Honor, just for
Thank you. This is going to take some time for the court to review these cases. So
it is.
the court would allow the jury to go into a recess at this point anyway. We're probably not going to come back until 12:15. Stand in the recess until 12:15.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess until 12:15.
There you have it. They are rising for the jury. The judge said it's going to take a while to look at some of this evidence, so he's going to let the jury recess till 12:15, which is already off course a little bit from what he said, because typically he said they break every day at 11:15 and take lunch at 12:15. Tim, does this mean they're taking lunch right now?
I think that's right. I think the judge knows this is a very important issue. The defense has carefully outlined, and they've done it multiple. They did the same arguments yesterday, but it wasn't coming up till today. The state is trying to, I'm not saying pull a fast one, but they're certainly trying to push beyond the limits, because the defense believes that these preliminary tests are not admissible. And this is a lay person saying this is blood. Now, we all know that if this material was later determined to be human blood and the blood of the victim, we wouldn't have all this, right? Mm-hmm. So we don't, which means they do not have a witness that can come in and say it's human blood. The defense is trying to keep it out because it insinuates that it is blood. And like he said, you shouldn't be able to bring something in and confuse the jury. Why are you going through this if it's not human blood? Why are you telling us this presumptive blood? And he also threw in there, he doesn't want hearsay coming in about what officers said. Well, this lady's missing. We think there was foul play and in the garage. So that's all hearsay. He can't cross-examine the person who said it because the person who told this officer is not on the stand. And every defendant has a confrontation right to confront the accusers against him. So a lot of times you'll get inadmissible evidence introduced, not for the truth of the matter, right? That's what hearsay is. Hearsay is offering something out of court for the truth of the matter asserted. What the state does a lot is they say, Judge, it's not offered for the truth. It's offered to show why the officer did what he did next. Now, that's an exception, but it's very detrimental because the jury is going to hear what was said and might confusingly believe what was said is true. And so it's a really tough thing for the judge to determine, is that prejudicial? Is that probative? Everything's prejudicial, right? Mm-hmm. What he said is it unfairly prejudicial? Because every piece of evidence against the defendant's prejudicial. but it's got to be unfairly prejudicial and have a very low probable assistance to the jury. The probative value is limited, but the danger is so outweighed, I can't let it in. It's called a 403 analysis. But this issue is really a tough one for the judge, because the judge knows he's got on record now by the defense lawyers citing case law 2 days in a row, outlining the arguments, and this is something that could get this case overturned. You got a prosecutor pushing, and a judge has to realize sometimes these prosecutors push, especially in cases where they have very limited evidence to prove. So they push it to the extreme, and sometimes they push things that could end up getting the case overturned. So this judge doing the smart thing. He's taking time. He wants to read all the cases. He's given both sides ample time to give their positions. And then the judge who's going to have to make that tough call. And he's going to have to make a decision what he's going to do. And it's on record. So whatever he do, it can be appealed. But it is an important part. It's important that the judge gets this part right. The state is pushing for it. Defense is pushing against it. I'm not going to say it's win or lose the trial, but it can certainly jeopardize the trial on appeal.
What do you think of this defense attorney, John Schoenhorn? Dan Rashbaum in the Adelson trial we just covered took a lot of heat for kind of being very dramatic, loud in the courtroom. What do you think of this defense attorney, John Schoenhorn is his name?
Well, he's not loud, but he's an experienced lawyer. You can tell he feels confident when he stands. He feels like he takes over the courtroom, and that's by experience. He's got case law on his side. The judge is deferential with both sides. The prosecutor kind of stammers a couple times and speaks downward towards him a little bit in condescending way. He limits it to the issue. And I know some of the viewers don't think but as a defense lawyer, you have to make those arguments. If you don't, you waive them. If you don't, then you're going to have a comeback on ineffective assistance of counsel. He has a valid point. Now, based on what he's heard so far, he says he has case law. I don't know the case law up there. But it's clear if this is not blood, and it's not human blood, then you shouldn't have an officer saying it's presumptive blood, because that's going to confuse the jury. And then if they don't call any other witnesses, then you're going to have 6 jurors, 2 jurors think, well, he said it was presumptive blood. And then other jurors are going to say, well, wait a minute. He didn't say it was blood. And now you're going to have a jury that 3-2, they don't know if it's blood or not. That's what the judge is trying to avoid. You put your evidence on, you cross-examine, and let the jury decide, but don't hang things out there that are confusing, and the jury can never figure it out. And then the verdict might be based on something other than evidence, right? That's what you don't want.
Lindsay Shea, Tim's courtroom analysis is the best. Thank you, Tim. Thanks for your explanation, Tim. From Veronica, thank you, Tim, for being here. It adds so much to have a seasoned defense attorney like Tim Jansen here. This lawyer, Yala says, is leaps and bounds better than Rashi, meaning Rashbaum. I'm not T-Pain. Tim is freaking awesome. There you go. Love having Tim's commentary from Dot Bonner. I love that name, Dot Bonner. What about this prosecutor, by the way?
I think the defense lawyer is very effective. I think he comes across as knowledgeable. He's not incendiary towards the witnesses. He introduces himself. He makes his points. He's kind of long-winded, of course. All defense lawyers are long-winded, and I've done that before. Prosecutors know if I get up there, I'm going to be a long time, but you're trying to make your points. And I've found over years, it's better to get in and get out. Don't go too long because you alienate everybody, the judge and everybody. If you got good points, make them and move. And I now look back on my career, when I made my points and got out, I actually did better and had more credibility. But just to ask questions, you lose credibility. What's the saying? Everybody thinks you're smart until you open your mouth. Everybody thinks you're smart when you get your points and sit down. And then when you ask dumb questions, you showed them that you're really not as smart as they thought they were. So we all learn as we go in life.
There we go. Here's from V. Louise Arthur, friend of the show, always on here. Thank you, Tim. What blood evidence or DNA did they find? I know they found some pools of blood and some on the clothing. That's obviously some of what we're talking about today, right, Tim?
You know, and I don't want to say because I haven't seen all the evidence. You got me on this last night.
Yeah.
I started watching this last night, so I'm trying to catch up to speed. But if they have evidence, blood evidence somewhere, and it's her blood, then clearly none of this would matter because the state would say, and whose blood was it? Oh, it was the victim's blood. Then that lawyer's not going to stand up and just make any objections about whether it was presumptive blood because it's her blood. But you have it a lot of times where material will come out and it looks like blood, and they'll do the luminol and they'll do the other tests, and it's either not blood or it's not human blood. You know, you're in a garage, you could have all kinds of blood. So,
as far as I understand it, they did find some pools of blood in the garage, and then blood, DNA related to Jennifer on some of the items that were tossed in the garbage. So that's my understanding. I could be incorrect about that, but that's the way I understood it. If it wasn't, Mandy Strong says, if it wasn't determined to be blood, then why waste all this time on this issue? Leave it out, state, just my opinion. What about that?
I think that's really strong. I think that's really strong by Mandy. The state is pushing it. And, you know, it's kind of like 404B evidence. Usually when you need it the most is when you're pushing for it. When you don't need it, judges keep it out because it's so ability to be overturned. This looks like she really needs it. She's really trying to get, I don't know about her case, but it looks like she wants this in. She believes this is very strong for the state. And why push something if it has very limited value? And I just don't know if this is this prosecutor's way she operates, or if this case is so weak that she really feels she needs it. But judges get that sense too. And they're like, you know, and it can go the other way. If the case is really strong, the judge will say, I'm not going to admit it. You don't need it. Why would you admit something you don't need? But I think the judge is getting the feeling the state may need it. And he's doing the right thing. I'm very impressed with the judge.
Here's a comment from Jennifer that might help a little bit. The blood is important because Michelle Troconis said she could not differentiate between coffee or a blood spill in the vehicle she was cleaning for Fotis. Fotis told her it was coffee.
Okay. So that does make a difference to impeach her. But how do we know if she knows the difference between blood and coffee, right? It's not whether the officer who's trained and does blood, or whether the witness or the defendant knows the difference. That's going to be a key question. I think that's probably what the defense is going to say, and she'll probably testify to say, I thought it was coffee.
By the way, Tim Jansen, if you ever retire from criminal defense, we are in the process right now, 2024. We had some ideas, and one of them is to launch a separate YouTube channel with the same name, Surviving the Survivor, but instead of best guests in true crime, hashtag best trials in true crime. And I believe the COE is taking a poll about that. We would have to build that channel up a little bit before we actually start streaming on there. I'm going to bring the COE in. COE, are you there?
She's always there.
She's always there. She's on mute right now. I've got a kid that's sick at home, and I'm at the global headquarters, STS global headquarters. COE.
Hey there. Yes. Hi, everyone. I actually just posted about it in the chat, and I'm asking people for help. We literally just started this channel now. If you've been with us this morning, you know that we were dealing with some technical issues. Thank you, Vita.
That's my daughter.
Some technical challenges there. So what we're trying to do is have this other channel so that when we do have two cases that have relevant shows live at the same time, we can handle one on one channel and one on the other. So if you can, it is in the chat. We will also be sharing it throughout the day, throughout the week, and on all of our platforms. But if you can please subscribe, there's obviously nothing there. We just have the logo up. But if you can subscribe, that'll definitely help us. And I think maybe even as early as next week, we'll probably start to put some things on there just so that we can start to build that up. This is obviously our main channel right now that you're watching, but we do want to have that as another outlet in case we want to air 2 different cases at the same time.
The other channel will be for this channel will remain for the shows that we do every evening. And by the way, we're coming back to you at 5 p.m. Eastern time with America's most respected detective, Phil Waters, and the FBI's Scott Duffy. And we're going to talk about this case. Thank you, Jerry, Michael. But there you go. Space Coast just put up the link. The other channel, this one is Best Guests in True Crime. The other will be hashtag Best Trials in True Crime. And when we have trials like Michelle Troconis or the upcoming Donna Adelson trial, we will stream them over on the Best Trials, STS Best Trials channel. Look at this from Laura Lee Potfan, cousin of Dennis Potfan. What a phenomenal idea. Love Joel. Love this idea. Best Trials. Yeah. So sticking. Oh, it sounded like I was a smoker.
Oh, I'm being told my link is broken. I'm a mess today. Ignore my link. Use Space Coast link. I feel like I'm bringing us down this morning.
COE, get the act together, please. And also get a babysitter for tomorrow night. I need to go out and do something tomorrow night. I'm going to lose my mind. So please, if you can, that would be great. No offense to you, Vita. I need to get away from my kids for a little bit. Lorna McKenzie says, hope you feel better soon. So COE, while I have you, and yeah, just to put a cap on that. So with Donna Adelson, this trial, once we get the other channel up, Best Trials in True Crime, we will, Mandy Strong, go with Space Coast. They'll get you the right link. Leo, just subscribe. Please, I can be at 2 places at once. Yala's asking. It is possible. I am able to slice myself in half. Robin Ray just thank you. You guys are the best guests. Better community, as I like to say, the best community in true crime. So that way, when we have some big trials, we have a secondary channel, Best Trials in True Crime, to play those for you. COE. What are Tim and I doing now? We Illinois has a blizzard. I can't wait to go home tonight, and I'm serious, and watch some of this weather on the Weather Channel. And by the way, Tim Jansen, they just said that the temperatures are dropping even more in Kansas City for that Finns game. It's going to be crazy to watch. But COE, court is adjourned till 12:30. Tim, I know you have another life. Tim,
I do.
Yeah. We're going to probably let Tim go.
Yeah. So now the plan is we thank Tim for always being so gracious and giving us so much of his time and for sharing his insight. Joel, you can decide what you want to do. You can take a lunch break. We did yesterday, we are going to keep this stream up so that whomever wants to stay here and hang out, you guys can hang out. I'll be around in chat. I may put some things up on the screen as we did yesterday. And then again, we will start the trial once it resumes after the lunch break, which is at what time, Joel?
Lunch. They're coming back from lunch at 12:30. Tim, you're done for the day?
No, I've got to take the boys to Fun Friday. And then I have to go to the office to handle some matters. But I might be back later. I might join on.
Okay, so maybe Tim and I will come back later in the afternoon, but we'll have a little chat party until Tim and I come back. Tim, you text me when you're able to come back, and I'll join you.
I will.
Okay. Thanks. Tim is awesome. I told Tim he has an open invite whenever he wants to come and do some of this analysis. He's kind of like a teacher for all of us, professor. Maybe I'll start calling him Professor Jansen. And Tim, shoot me a text when you're able to come back.
I will do that.
Okay, and the rest of you, we will leave this up. COE, do I have to, am I able to close my laptop or should I leave it open, COE?
You can leave your laptop open, or sorry, you can close your laptop. I am in on your account. So the stream will, hold on. The stream will stay up. Just do not hit the button that says end stream. Don't do anything. Just either close your laptop
I can just close my.
Yeah.
Look at this comment from Sarah Adams. Way to use your brain, STS, followed by Summer Breeze. Love the Best Trials idea. I don't want to take credit for this, but it was my idea, and I actually came up with it about best trials. So,
Wasn't that a joint idea?
so I'll
Joel?
take all the credit. The COE, she helped a little bit, but she once I came up with the idea, she said that was a good idea, and so we're deciding to do it. So, Jammin just described, Brooke Tyler just subscribed, Ned Smith. KCL, how will I clone myself? I don't know. The COE, we're going to get that pretty face on camera. She has a face for TV. I have a face for radio. So we'll get her on TV. True Lifestyles. Look at this from Chelsea Whitaker. Joel, stop complaining. What am I complaining about? My back feels great. What are you talking about? Okay, Tim Jansen. Oh, he just left. Okay, so there you go. COE. I need coffee. Do you need coffee, COE?
He doesn't like coffee. I know, but he drinks it anyway. And then he complains that his stomach hurts. No, I have we just made a latte here at the house. So I have that. We're good. But yeah, so everyone, you can stick around, you can take a lunch break, do whatever you need to do, but the trial will be back in about, I'm bad at math, 40 minutes. We are going to put
47 minutes. 40.
It's
What
okay,
is
don't do the math. It's okay.
47 minutes, exactly 47 minutes. And Tim and I will be back at some point in the afternoon. Until then,
Don't do
from
anything, Joel.
Global,
walk
can I
away.
close my laptop or should I leave it up?
Just leave.
Can I close my laptop? I want to close it so
Yes.
it doesn't.
Yes.
I'll just leave it open. All right. Love you, everyone. I'm going to take myself down, though. How's that?
All right, everyone. Thank you again for being here. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. We are going to keep the stream up. We'll be back with the trial at 12:30 Eastern time. Right now it's 11:43 Eastern time. We will be speaking there in the chat. I'm going to take a quick little 10-minute break to have a snack and coffee with my daughter. But then I'll be back. If you guys need anything, please flag us in the chat. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. It's the COE here. I just wanted to check in. I know some people are just joining us right now, and you're probably wondering what's going on. We are on a lunch break here on the East Coast. It is 11:57 a.m. The lunch break is going on until 12:15 p.m. I know Joel said 12:30, but I just went back and listened to the video, and the judge said 12:15. So we'll be on standby as soon as trial begins after the lunch break. We'll put it up here for you guys. Until then, we're just going to keep this up, but the live stream is going to continue. You guys can keep chatting there in the chat. I know many of you guys are. I just wanted to thank all of you guys for being here yesterday, for being here today, for experiencing a lot of chaos with us this morning. I'm also in contact with the courts from this morning and the Clenny case. I'm trying to see if we can get a copy of that video. And at some point, I'll have Joel, even if it's just, okay, I'll respond later. Sorry, I have my daughter here with me. No. I'll respond to him later. Even if it's just Joel going on and doing a quick little video for you guys, we'll give some kind of update once we're able to get some information from the court about that. If you are seeing this on YouTube, if you're actually looking at the screen, I do have something up and it says subscribe to our new channel. I just want to explain that really quickly. The channel that you're watching and listening to is obviously our main channel, but we are going to start another channel because lately we've had different circumstances where we're covering different cases, and at the same time we have to cover 2 different court hearings. So we figured instead of being stressed and overwhelmed and having all these technical issues, it's easier to just have 2 separate channels when we're in those situations. So if you guys can please subscribe. We have absolutely nothing on that channel. I just created it like hours ago. The link that I originally put in the chat is broken, of course, because I'm trying to multitask way too hard. But we are going to be sharing the link throughout the show. So please remember to click on that. And I will, the link in membership area not working. Okay, so I will have to update the link in the membership area. I'll just delete that and repost it. And the link that Space Coast is sharing is the correct link because he knows how to copy and paste. And I am still trying to get that down clearly. So I just wanted to give you guys an update and thank you all for being here. Please hit the like button if you can. We appreciate it. And I don't really know what Joel's plan is for the rest of the day. I know he's going to take a lunch break. He may come back in a bit, but I'm going to be on here. And like yesterday, if there's anything I need to do, I'll come on here and just explain what's going on, keep you guys updated. And obviously, once the trial begins, it'll be easy to listen into. And yes, we are expected to go through the afternoon with trial. And then Joel has a show tonight. I believe it's 5 p.m., but I'll double check with Phil and with Scott. All right, guys, thank you so much. I'll be back on here in a few minutes. Hi, everyone. Just wanted to check in. It is 12:06 here on the East Coast. So the trial is supposed to come back from lunch break at 12:15. We have a few minutes before that. So I'm going to play the video that we aired, I believe, a few days ago, maybe a week ago. I can't even keep track of time anymore. So I'm going to play that video to just give you a recap of this case in case you are not familiar with it. But again, there is a lunch break right now until 12:15, so we are 8 minutes away. Here we go. We'll play this, and then we'll be on standby.
Jennifer Farber Dulos was a mom of 5 who suddenly disappeared 5 years ago. Jennifer was last seen at around 8 a.m. on May 24, 2019, when she dropped her children off at a New Canaan country school in Connecticut. Minutes later, a neighbor's security camera caught her returning home. But then Jennifer missed 2 doctor's appointments, and that evening her friends and her nanny reported her missing after no one could get a hold of her. Jennifer was never seen again. A judge officially declared her dead just this past October. Jennifer and her ex-husband, Fotis Dulos, were knee-deep in divorce and child custody proceedings when she went missing. Police believe Jennifer was killed in a violent attack at her home in New Canaan, Connecticut. Police suspect that her ex-husband had been lying in wait for her when she got home. Police believe that Fotis and his girlfriend, Michelle Troconis, then drove to Hartford to get rid of garbage bags with items that had Jennifer's blood on them. Ex-husband Fotis Dulos and his girlfriend Michelle Troconis were both eventually arrested on charges of tampering with evidence and hindering prosecution in connection with Jennifer's disappearance. Fotis Dulos, Michelle Troconis, and Fotis' attorney, Kent Malwini, face additional charges related to Jennifer's murder. In January of 2020, ex-husband and suspect Fotis Dulos killed himself, leaving their 5 kids without a mom or dad. Now the legal proceedings against Troconis and Malwini are ongoing. The first to go to trial, Michelle Troconis. If convicted, she could spend life behind bars.
Hi, everyone. It is the COE here. The judge had said that they would be back from the break at 12:15. For some reason, Joel mentioned 12:30, and I hate to admit it, but maybe Joel is right. We are looking at the court feed. Nothing is up yet, so maybe they are coming back a little bit later than expected. But as soon as we see anything pop up here on the feed, we will put it up here for you. So maybe just sit tight for another couple of minutes. All right. Thanks, everyone. Hey guys, it's the COE here. As we wait for trial to start up again, I also just wanted to mention that two of our best guests that we've had on the show before, sorry, all my text notifications are on. Two of our best guests that we've had on the show before have interviewed Fotis Dulos. They did interview him initially, and so I believe this week we're working to get them on the show. One of them is News Nation correspondent Laura Engel. She previously worked for Fox News. And when she was working for Fox News, she went to his house and she did a sit down in his living room. They had a full tour. And I believe she told Joel that they spoke for more than an hour or an hour and a half. So she had a full sit down interview and spoke about everything, asked him anything that you would want to ask. And she has some pretty hard hitting questions. So we are trying to get her on the show. Hopefully this week. She does. She was a little sick, so hopefully she feels better, and we'll keep you updated on that. I also wanted to let you know that Dennis Murphy from Dateline has also interviewed Fotis Dulos, and you can go back and watch that. And I think at some point we are going to try to see if he can come on here and give us his take, since he obviously sat down with him and did a full in-depth story as well. So both of those best guests are going to share their insight and give us a closer, more insightful look into what he was like in person in his home, and be able to paint the picture more about who he was for those that are new to the case. He was also being charged with murder and in relation to the disappearance and death of Jennifer Farber Dulos. However, he killed himself. So now all we know about him is what's been recorded. So I think that makes the interview with Dennis Murphy and with Laura Engel that much more interesting. All right, the court feed isn't up yet. We have it here in our studio, so we're able to see it. As soon as they pop it up, Space Coast will put it in, so just bear with us. In the meantime, we can just stand by and continue to speak there in the chat room. All right, thanks everyone. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. And if you're just joining us, please check the chat. I'm trying to find a link, and of course I can't find it now. But we are starting a second channel for days like today, where we have two cases that have live court hearings at the same time. So our second channel is going to be a channel for trials, so that if we have a show, we can still air a trial or a court hearing or whatever it may be. And that's called Surviving the Survivor Trials. Or maybe it's called Surviving the Survivor Best Trials, but I know that the hashtag is at Surviving the Survivor Trials. But we're going to put it here in the chat room so that you can. Oh, here it is. Thank you, T-Pain. So it's up here on the screen right now. So if you guys can go and subscribe, there's absolutely no content there. We just started it today. So we are going to be building, but I think hopefully over the next couple of days, we'll start to use that, as well as this is obviously the main channel. All right, guys, I'm going to hop off, but hopefully court is beginning any minute. Thank you. This photo was from yesterday. Oh my goodness. Apologies, everyone. That's Ethel. First the parrot, now the dog. I just want to share this photo with you guys. This photo was from yesterday. I'm going to try to get a new updated photo for you guys today. This is the defendant, Michelle Troconis. She is the girlfriend of the ex-husband of Jennifer Farber Dulos. Jennifer Farber Dulos was a 50-year-old mother of 5 who disappeared in May of 2019. She was last seen going back to her rental home and disappeared, was never seen again. She has 5 young kids. She was going through a divorce and had a custody battle with her ex-husband, Fotis Dulos, who was then charged with her murder and her disappearance, but killed himself. So now Michelle Troconis is on trial. I just wanted to fill you guys in. I know some people are new to the case. There's a lot of information here. So I just wanted to make sure you at least have a baseline as we go back into the trial. And just going back here to Jennifer Farber Dulos. Her body has still not been found. Recently, she was declared dead. For the last almost 5 years, she was just declared missing. And so for her family, it was a pretty big deal to finally get that quote unquote closure in that case, so that now they can move on and continue with the trial. But obviously, when you lose someone and never have any answers, there's never closure. I don't think when you lose anyone, you ever get closure. But I just wanted to give you guys that background. And again, this photo for me just breaks my heart. That photo right there on the right-hand side, that's Jennifer Farber Dulos, and those are her 5 little kids. They were incredibly young, 2 sets of twins, and now they do not have a mother. They do not have a father, and they're now being raised by their 80-year-old grandmother. And it's just a very, very heartbreaking story. So I just wanted to give you that background. We are waiting for the trial to resume. They took a lunch break. It's supposed to be back any minute. So as soon as we get a feed from the courtroom, we'll put that back up for you guys. But that's the background. It's a very, very, very sad case. I also did want to know Michelle Troconis is also a mother. She is the defendant that's on trial, but she is also a mother. And I know with the Adelson case, especially, we were discussing this. What's so heartbreaking in all of these stories is, aside from all of the homicides that we discuss, it's the children that are the victims in these cases. There's so much trauma and loss and hurt that they will forever feel. And they're so young. I mean, I don't know what they do or don't know because they're such young children. But as they grow up and they continue to learn more about what happened to their mother and then their father and their family dynamic, it's just obviously a very sad case for anyone and everyone involved. All right, guys, we're going to be on standby. As soon as the trial begins, we'll put it up here for you. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I just want to remind you, if you're just getting back from your lunch break, that we are still waiting for court to resume. They took a lunch break. They said they were going to be back at 12:15. Joel said they were going to be back at 12:30. But it appears they are running a little late. So I just wanted to inform you guys that we are standing by. We have multiple feeds up, making sure that we're not missing anything. And court has not started. It should be starting any minute. Apologies, there's a lot of action here. I have a kiddo who is homesick, but just wanted to give you guys an update. Please hit the like button, while you're waiting for court to resume, I also wanted to inform you that we do have another channel that we have absolutely no content on, but you can find that link in the chat room. And if you click on that and subscribe, we would greatly appreciate that. We are trying to grow that channel so that Joel, I'm live. Joel just walked in. So that when we do have two cases at the same time, we can split up the cases on different channels. So if you can, please like that, hit the like button. And again, stand by. Court should be coming back from lunch break any minute. Thank you. Hi, JJ. I just want to welcome you. I am not the typical host. I am the COE, Chief of Everything here at STS. Just want to inform you and everyone else that is just joining us that we're standing by. Court is on a break right now, and we're expected to start any minute. So we're really on standby here. But I just wanted to welcome you to the channel. If you're new to Surviving the Survivor, we have recently started covering these trials live, but we're really known for our live shows that we do every day with our host, Joel Waldman. He is an Emmy Award-winning network news correspondent turned podcaster, and he usually does a live podcast here on YouTube as well as on every audio platform, but it's a 1.5 hour style panel show where he brings on some of the best guests in all of true crime. And for those of you that don't know, Joel was a network news correspondent for many, many years. I was also a network news correspondent. We also have a producer who was a network news, who was a network news producer for CBS, their morning show. And so what we really specialize in is working through our Rolodex of contacts and bringing on these brilliant minds that are really worldwide experts in their fields, and they're able to discuss a lot of the cases. So if you're new here, this is a new thing that we're doing. We're covering these trials, but we also have daily live shows where we discuss cases in depth with best guests for 90 minutes. And these best guests are really able to discuss anything and everything and answer your questions. So, JJ, I hope you'll stick around. I do want to warn you, we did have a bird earlier. Sometimes we have some barking. We're all human, so sometimes it's hard to avoid the animals. All right. Everyone, please stand by. I'm going to hop off until the trial begins. It should be starting hopefully shortly. Just wanted to give you guys an update. Not seeing any action on any of the feeds, but hopefully we begin shortly. Courts are known for running late, and this particular court, I think, always runs a little late anyway. So this is probably just on brand for them, and we're not judging since STS also sometimes runs a few minutes late. It happens. All right. Thank you, everyone. Hi, everyone. Just wanted to check in here. So it appears that they went straight from their break to a full lunch break. So if anyone wants to get their own lunch break or dinner break, depending where you are in the world, please feel free to take that time and do that. Get a little break, hydrate. We're going to keep the stream up as we usually do, but I just wanted to inform you guys that there is a longer than expected break. I'm going to go eat really quickly and make sure that everyone here is doing okay. But if you need anything, please flag me or any of the mods in the chat. I'll be back in a few minutes here to check on the chat and make sure everything's okay. What?
We'll be back around 2:33.
Okay, Joel is here.
Hello, everyone.
They can't hear you because you're too far. Joel says him and Tim will be back around 2:33. So they will be here. So I will be around. I will send you I will put up some photos here for you guys. I don't want to, I know some people were joking about elevator music, and I know that was a joke. We won't put anything up because I don't want to mess with the audio from the trial. But we are still keeping the trial shots up in our studio. So as soon as we see any action, we'll pull them up. Enjoy your meals, your break, your snack. We're sticking around, and we'll be back on air with the trial as soon as it begins. In the meantime, we'll just chit chat in the chat room. Thank you, everyone. Hi, everyone. It's the COE here. Just wanted to check in. We are still on a lunch break from court, but I just wanted to put this up here, and I wanted to give a very big thank you and shout out to Frankie Figs. Apologies, my notifications are on, and every time Joel texts me, you'll hear it. So I apologize in advance. Stop texting Joel. He's also in the room. Joel. Anyway, I just wanted to put this up here so you guys can take a look at it. Frankie Figs was able to get this from the courthouse, so a big thank you to her. It is information about the defendant, Michelle Troconis. I am going to be keeping this up every few minutes. I'm going to flip through here so you guys can see the paperwork. And then again, once court resumes and comes back from their lunch break, I will put it up here. Space Coast is watching it. We do have it in our studio. So don't worry, as soon as trial comes back, we'll put it up. But in the meantime, we're sharing this paperwork with you, courtesy of Frankie Figs. Thank you so much. Hey, all, just hopping back on here. JJ has a really good question. Some states say if you did anything to assist in a murder, you are guilty of murder before or after the fact. Is it that way in Connecticut? I'm unsure, but luckily we have Joel and we have an attorney, Tim Jansen, coming back on here probably around 2:30 or so. So I'm flagging this question and I'm going to share it with them so that they can address this when they come back on air. But these are very good questions. If you guys have any questions right now that there's a little lull and there's still a break, please make sure to submit them in the chat and I can flag them for Joel and for Tim later on. I also just want to share the screen here with you in case it's a little hard to see. The charges are for conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit tampering physical evidence, another tampering physical evidence, another conspiracy to commit tampering physical evidence, and hindering prosecution of the second degree. So that question was in reference to the paperwork that we have up here. This was given to Frankie Figs by the court, and it is showing the charges that Michelle Troconis is facing. She is not facing murder one charges, but the question was, what are the consequences for these conspiracy to commit murder charges and conspiracy to commit tampering? We're going to have to ask our attorney that. But these are definitely good questions. If you have any more, please continue to ask them in the chat. We are starring some comments and questions so that Joel and Tim can address them later. I'm going to flip to another page here on this. Okay, here we go. Here is more documents. I'm going to keep this up and let you guys read through that. And again, we are looking at the court feed, and as soon as there's any movement, we'll put that up here for you. Thank you so much. Stand by, everyone. Hi, all. If you're just joining us, we are still on a lunch break here from court, but I did want to explain what you're seeing here on the screen. These court documents were brought to us by our amazing mod and friend, Frankie Figs. This here, 13 additional C4 video. This is very, very key. I'm going to read it out loud just so that it's easier for some of you who are either listening or the screen may be smaller for you if you're on a cell phone. It says C4 video showed Dulos remove what appeared to be a large rigid object from the rear of the Ford Raptor and lean it up against a building. The object was consistent with the appearance of a WeatherTech brand rear cargo liner determined to be missing from Jennifer's 2017 Chevrolet Suburban. C4 video also showed an unidentified person removing what appeared to be a light-colored piece of material containing a large blood-like stain. This item appeared consistent with one of two small camping pillows, which Jennifer's nanny, Lauren Almeida, reported were missing from the garage storage shelves at the 69 Wells Lane crime scene. Investigators subsequently identified and interviewed the homeless male who told investigators he had seen what he described as a bloody pillow, but he had not taken the item. So again, this was given to us by Frankie Figs, who is amazing and is always helping us get some court documents and behind the scenes information. So I just want to give Frankie a very big shout out. But this is very key information. This is obviously going to be a very big piece of evidence in this trial. I'm going to leave this up here for those of you that want to read this slowly and reread it. And again, we are on a lunch break. I'm trying to confirm the time. Did you get that confirmed? I'm trying to confirm the time. Some people said 2 p.m. Some people said 3 p.m. 3 p.m. seems excessive.
Typically, the court breaks 1 to 2. So
Okay.
we'll see if they come back.
Okay, but did you get word? I'm speaking to Joel.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully we're back at 2. That's in about 30 minutes, 2 p.m. Eastern time here on the East Coast. So we'll keep you updated. We're still looking at the court feed. So whenever anything shows up there, we will definitely bring it to you guys. But I'm going to continue to share some of this information that Frankie Figs got us. All right. Thank you, everyone. Hi, all. This video here is Michelle Troconis. She is the defendant. This is courtesy of Daily Mail. I also wanted to give you an update that court is supposed to come back from their lunch break at 2 p.m. 25 minutes. So I know some people were mentioning 3 p.m. But for us here on the East Coast, 2 p.m. So we're 25 minutes out from the lunch break. You still have time if you need a little break. You need to go get some food, hydrate, do what you got to do. We are keeping the stream up, and I'll continue to put some stuff up for you. This video, or sorry, not this video, this photo here is from today from court. Our camera, the court feed, shows everything from the back, so we can usually only see the back of Michelle, or every now and then we get a very wide shot profile, but this is the front shot from today taken by the Daily Mail. So I just wanted to share this with you. I also wanted to remind everyone that we do have another show tonight at 5 p.m. with Phil and Scott.
And they're going to look at some of the police interrogation.
And they're going to look at some of the police interrogation about
That Michelle that you're going to pull.
about
Michelle Troconis' old police video.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Joel is telling me this now. So we're going to be airing some of the Michelle Troconis police interview. There's a raw 6-minute video that I'm apparently pulling between now and the 5 p.m. show. And a 1-minute video where she is called the most hated woman. So this is the woman that we're talking about right now, Michelle Troconis. She is on trial. And as we saw in the court documents that were provided by Frankie Figs, our friend and our moderator and part of STS Nation, Michelle Troconis is being charged with conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit tampering of physical evidence, conspiracy to commit tampering physical evidence, another charge here of tampering physical evidence, and then hindering the prosecution of the second degree. So we're going to be getting back to the trial in about 23 minutes. I'm going to continue to put more content up here for you. For those that are enjoying the chat, please continue to enjoy that. For those that need to do anything, run a quick errand, need to take a break, you've got about 23 minutes until everyone comes back from their lunch break. Space Coast, mods, if you can hear me, please take a break. All right. Thank you, everyone. You've been great. Oh, and apparently Joel and Tim are coming back around 2:30. And that's when I'll take a break. All right. Thanks, everyone. Hi, everyone. Just want to let you know we are in a lunch break until 2 p.m. I just put this up there, and apologies for the black screen. All right. We are on standby. It is a countdown until 2 p.m. All right. Thanks. Hi, everyone. It is 2:01 p.m. here on. Oh, you know what? We're seeing some movement. We are pulling it up. Never mind.
It's helpful to first determine who testified about what they believed to be blood. Here they were recipient witnesses. Several witnesses that had been on scene and observed certain substances and stains at the crime scene. The testimony by those witnesses was to be that what they observed was blood. Now, the defendant moved for an in limine preclusion of that testimony by any lay witness or recipient witness, on-scene witness, unless there was sufficient evidence to establish that that item or those items had been tested and found to be blood. So in Grant, the state, or rather the court, cited State versus Schaefer, finding that it was permissible to admit into evidence the opinions and common observers, or rather of common observers in regard to common appearances, facts, and conditions. However, that testimony could not have been based on the testimony of others or some hypothetical set of facts. So the holding, as the court sees the holding in that case, is that even lay witnesses can testify as to their belief that a substance was blood, as long as that testimony is not based on what the court described as testimony of others or hypothetical statements of facts. Now, of course, in Moody, that was a situation in which expert testimony was offered. The expert witness said that a stain found on one of the defendant's shoes had given a positive result on a presumptive test for blood. In Moody, there was a presumptive test only. The court held that the result of the presumptive test for blood had no probative value whatsoever. The test result did nothing toward establishing the likelihood of the presence of human blood. In that case, there was only the presumptive test. That testimony should have been excluded and should have been found inadmissible. Now, in State versus Whipper, there was no testing at all by the police detectives. The detectives had testified that an eyewitness had seen the defendant break a vase over the victim's head. The police concluded in their testimony that the bloody hand or palm print on that vase was actually blood. An expert then testified at the same trial, and he stated that the bloody palm print on the vase was the defendant's, but he said on cross-examination that the substance on the vase had reacted to certain chemical reagents consistently with the way blood would react, but there were other substances that would have the same reaction. Well, because the police did not test the blood, the fingerprint expert did not test for blood, the court concluded that it was improper for the state's witnesses to testify that the palm print found on the vase had been made in blood. In Grant, that was again a recipient witness testimony. They observed what they believed to be blood and described as a trail of blood. This is another case in which you have lay people testifying about what they believe to be the substance. The court held there a person of ordinary knowledge and experience is generally competent to testify that a substance personally observed by that person appeared to be blood. Although the particular facts and circumstances surrounding the witness's observation of the substance might affect the weight to be given to the testimony, the fact that the substance was not subject to scientific testing to rule out any possibility that it was not blood does not render the testimony inadmissible. So now we come to Downing. In Downing, we had a criminologist testify, opining on the stand that they relied on a presumptive test for blood. The defendant argued that that testimony should have been precluded pursuant to Moody. In Downing, the court should say this first. This issue really comes down to what is probative. And to make it simple, is a presumptive test by itself probative? According to Moody, no, it is not probative. On that basis, it would not be admitted. The next question is a presumptive test under all circumstances not probative? The answer to that is no. In Downing, the court quotes Moody, the presumptive test for blood had no probative value whatsoever because the test did nothing toward establishing the likelihood of the presence of human blood. We're talking there about a situation in which there was no other factor to be considered. However, in Downing, the court indicated that the presumptive test, again, by itself, is not going to be probative in any degree. However, there are other factors that can be considered that would render it probative, not conclusive, but probative, such as the color of the substance, the shape of the substance, other factors that could indicate that the presumptive test could be confirmed. Now, in this case, we have a presumptive test or presumptive tests. The issue then becomes, are there other factors that can render the presumptive test not conclusive, but probative? Because relevant evidence has this definition. It's evidence that has any tendency to make a fact, the existence of a fact that is material to the determination of the matter more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. So in this case, you have a presumptive test by itself, not good enough, but you also have a missing person investigation. You have the color and shape of unidentified stains. You have spatter pattern. You have unidentified stains on the vehicle, in the garage, and you have an abandoned vehicle owned by Jennifer Dulos. In combination, the presumptive test is probative. The issue now goes to what weight the jury will give to the evidence. So the only danger the state can run into is if there's a question asked and the defense, rather the state's witness says that presumptive test is conclusive. And remember, the court can also ask questions. So the court is going to allow the testimony concerning the presumptive test. But again, the court has informed the jury that this court will ask questions.
Just for the record, I would note that in Downing, the evidence showed that some of the splatter had already been tested and confirmed at the lab to be blood, not just that it looked like blood, and that's why it was allowed. But I would ask the court to address the second part of my argument, that its probative value is completely outweighed by its prejudice, especially in light of the fact there is no confirmatory tests, and that when it is tested, it is not blood. So to let it in is the equivalent of allowing, as I indicated, that rust that the jury can infer that that was blood. So I ask the court to at least address the other part of my argument.
Well, the issue again is not prejudice, but unfair prejudice. The state wish to be heard.
Your Honor, with respect to the fact that a test is all evidence is going to be prejudicial, to rise to the level of unfair prejudice at this point, I don't think evidence of a presumptive test, when the witness is going to testify that it is presumptive in its very nature. He's also subject to a very competent counsel who can cross-examine him about the adequacy of that test and about the fact that a lot of this evidence did make it along the chain and go to the lab, and what they did there, whether they tested it or not. I'm not going to even address any of that today. I believe Attorney McGinnis will deal with that next week. But with respect to the prejudicial value, I don't think it rises to unfair prejudice, and counsel can cross-examine, and that will go before the jury.
Well, again, the only danger the court sees for the state is if the state's own witness says it's conclusive.
I understand that, Your Honor.
As far as unfair prejudice is concerned, the court does not see that the prejudice is so substantial as to preclude any effective cross-examination. So the court will allow testimony concerning the presumptive test. We can bring the jury in. Will counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney Manning.
Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
Yes.
The state calls Detective Matthew Riley to the stand. May I approach the clerk?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have a moment with counsel?
Yes.
We're fine. That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, Madam Clerk. The witness.
You can please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
It's Matthew Riley, R-E-I-L-L-Y.
And you may be seated.
Thank you.
Good
You may
afternoon.
inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Fine, ma'am.
Mr. Riley, or Detective Riley, I'm sorry, are you currently employed by the state police?
No, I'm not. I retired from the Connecticut State Police in January of 22.
Okay. If you could please explain, what rank did you retire at?
I retired as a sergeant.
And in 2019, what rank did you have?
I was a detective.
Could you briefly just explain a little bit about your training and experience as a sergeant with the Connecticut State Police?
Yes, I've been a detective for approximately 20 years of my 23-year career. And during that time, I've had classes in intermediate crime scene processing, advanced crime scene processing, late print development, bloodstain pattern analysis, death investigation, homicide investigation, and probably a myriad of other classes.
And with respect to the Connecticut State Police, were you assigned to a particular troop or division?
I was assigned to the Western District Major Crime Squad, where I worked on the van unit as a crime scene investigator.
Could you please explain what a crime scene investigator is?
So crime scene investigator is tasked with the investigation of a crime scene, processing evidence, handling evidence, packaging evidence, and coordinating with laboratory analysis and such things as that.
Could you discuss a little bit about your training, if you have any, with respect to crime scene analysis, that particular part of being, or that assignment, I should say?
Yes, I've attended intermediate crime scene processing courses, advanced crime scene processing courses, law enforcement photography, bloodstain pattern analysis, different trainings on the investigation of not only homicide scenes, but scenes of sexual assault, and classes on medical legal death investigation.
And how long were you assigned to the van?
Approximately 14 years.
In 2019, who was assigned to the van with you?
So the van unit in 2019 was supervised by Sergeant Joe Duva, and then there was myself, Detective Jamie Pearson, Detective Jeremy Combs, Detective Frank McGavin, and Detective Mike Downs.
I'm going to draw your attention specifically now to May 24th, 2019. Did you report to 69 Wells Lane that day in New Canaan?
I did.
Why did you respond there?
I received a telephone call from the Western District Commander saying that the New Canaan Police Department was requesting assistance with a missing person investigation. where they suspected foul play.
And what was your assignment for going to, or what was your reason for going to 69 Wells?
They were specifically, what I understood at the time, they were just asking for crime van assistance or crime scene investigation assistance. So I responded to Western District Headquarters in Litchfield, grabbed the truck, and drove down to 69 Wells in New Canaan.
So the truck, what is on the truck, if you can describe it a little bit?
So it's the major crime van is it's kind of a big toolbox on wheels. So it's a small body or kind of a medium duty truck with a cargo body on the back that contains all of our equipment, all of our supplies, additional lighting, cameras, such things as that.
About what time did you respond there? Or to 69 Wells, I should say.
I probably arrived sometime around 2 o'clock in the morning on the 25th.
Was anybody on scene when you arrived?
Well, I know New Canaan Police Department had uniformed officers there. And then I really don't remember who arrived first from our crew.
Now, you mentioned a couple names about people who worked on the van. Did anybody that you named arrive or come to 69 Wells that day?
Yes, Detective Frank McGavin was available, so he responded. And then we had several what we call alternates. So detectives who also work in Western District Major Crime, they have additional crime scene training and experience, and they come to kind of backfill absences for people who are not able to respond.
And who were those alternates?
The alternates that day were Detective Corey Clabby, Detective Bob Hazen, Detective Katie Keppel, and Detective Dwayne LoPierre.
Did you enter the house on it? Well, I'm gonna, if I can check that. Is there when you conduct a search of a residence, is there a certain process or procedure that you utilize?
Yes. So when we arrive at a scene, usually in serious cases, the local PD is in the process of obtaining a search warrant. By the time we arrive on scene, we get a briefing as to the investigation up to that point. Usually from the lead.
You know, I'm going to object that this is not the question is not what he did then. He's talking about in general. I don't know if that's helpful.
Well, the question is what was the procedure on that day, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. If I would request
The
that.
response was generally, this is what we do. That's non-responsive. So the objection is.
I'll rephrase. I will rephrase. Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, with respect to May 24th, 2009, actually it would be May 25th, 2019. Did you have a specific procedure in place with the other officers on the van in conducting a search of 69 Wells?
Yes. So, like I said, I arrived at approximately 2 o'clock in the morning. Again, New Canaan was obtaining a search warrant for the property, and once everybody arrived, we divvied up our various assignments of what we were going to do that night.
What were those assignments?
So Frank McGavin, he was assigned to take notes at the scene and prepare a scene report. Basically, it's observations and actions at the scene. I took evidence collection, so I was the evidence officer. It was my responsibility to identify, collect, package, and label all the evidence. We had a primary photographer. We also run a backup photographer. We have a videographer, and then we had somebody prepare a sketch map.
Who was your primary photographer?
That would be Detective Katie Keppel.
And the backup photographer?
Detective Bob Hazen.
And is there a particular order that those assignments are done in the course of May 25th, 2019 processing?
That night, we started out with video recording, overall video recording of the scene. Then we'll start primary and backup photography overall. I'm sorry, let me back up. The first thing we do is we conduct a walkthrough. So we conduct a walkthrough, kind of see what we have, identify any kind of fragile or transient evidence that we have.
Again, I'm going to object. It sounds like he's not talking about what he did, but what he usually did.
The objection essentially is non-responsive. The question is not what normally the routine is. It is what happened that day, sustained.
Detective Riley, did you participate in the walkthrough of 69 Wells?
Yes, I did.
How did you enter the house?
I entered through the garage, and then I went ahead and accessed the front door because the garage appeared to have a great deal of evidence in it. We didn't want to get it trampled. So I opened the front door, let Detective McGavin and Detective Keppel in. We conducted a quick walkthrough.
And if I can, what is the purpose of that walkthrough?
We were looking for kind of the layout of the house, the situation, getting a feel for what we had. We were looking for any kind of transit evidence, fragile evidence, and we would start to develop a plan on how we would basically tackle this problem.
And after the walkthrough, what was the next step in processing the scene?
The next step in processing the scene is Corey Clabby started his video recording.
Were you a part of that?
No, I was not.
And after the video recording?
After that, the photographers went through, primary and backup.
Were you a part of the primary or backup photography?
No.
While the videography or the primary and backup photographers are in the house, what were you doing?
While they were in the house, I was swabbing the points of entry door handles for latent DNA.
I just want to clarify and ask you about the word swabbing. What exactly do you mean by swabbing?
A swab is just a long-handled Q-tip. It's contained in sterile packaging, and we use it for the collection of evidence.
Where do you get the swabs from?
Forensic supply house.
And how are they preserved, or are they preserved, I should ask you?
The swabs are contained in, they're individually packaged in sterile wrappers. When we use them, we collect evidence and then we place them inside of a short box that we seal and put inside of a larger envelope for labeling.
What do they look like?
The swabs, ma'am?
Yes.
Like I say, it's a long-handled Q-tip. Similar to what you see at a doctor's office.
And you indicated, well, how do you use them?
So in this case, when I was swabbing the door handles for DNA, I would open up 2 swabs, moisten them with sterile water, and then run them around the door handles in an effort to collect up any biologic material that may have been on that door handle. I'll then cap the swabs, put them inside of a box, seal them up, and then place them in an envelope.
And is that standard policy and procedure for you when you utilize a swab?
Yes.
And did you consistently use that process anytime you used a swab at 69 Wells?
Yes.
Now, you indicated you swabbed the doors, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you swab the doors first?
Just in case there was an unknown intruder coming through one of those points of entry. hopefully we would be able to pick up some sort of there's suspect DNA, unknown DNA.
Well, the court is going to interject here. The court believed the testimony was that he swapped the door handles.
I was just going to clarify that if I can, Your Honor. If I may approach, Your Honor, the state is intending to introduce multiple photographs. I believe I need to have the witness view them for ID at this point, if I may.
May I have a word with counsel privately for a moment, Your Honor? Agreement about making this move a little faster, so.
If we can, Your Honor, while counsel is doing that, if I may just approach the witness. This is 9, if I may, Your Honor, I apologize. 9A has been marked for ID, Your Honor. If I can. Sir, I'm going to show you, please don't flip the page. If you look at I believe this would be page 2 off of 9A. Can you take a look at that document, please? Now, there are about 4 photographs on that document. This is under 9, states 9. It's a file labeled 169 Wells, Your Honor, with 4 photographs on it. Sir, do you recognize those photographs that are contained on that page?
Yes.
And what are those photographs?
Those are overall views of the 4 sides of the scene.
Do those pictures fairly and accurately represent the scene of 69 Wells as you saw it that night or that morning, I should say, on 5/25/2019?
Yes.
They would offer the file labeled 169 Wells off of states 9 as a full exhibit.
Is there an objection?
Oh, 9 is still ID, so these 4 they're all on one disc. That's the problem. So I'm not objecting to these 4 being shown to the jury.
And just for expedience, Your Honor, I'm going to run through all of them if I can.
Is it identified as 9 or 9A?
9A is for ID only at this point. I believe a 9, well, both are for ID only. 9A is the document is screenshots of every file or photograph contained within 9. So instead of pulling the photograph up on the computer, counsel has agreed to let me show those screenshots to authenticate each photograph. Save some time.
So 9 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
I have to run through all of them. Counsel is not in agreement at this point.
Thank you.
If I may, may just approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you page 2, or actually it might be page 3, under file marked 2, garage pictures in states 9. Can you take a look at that page and only that page, sir? Sir, did you have an opportunity to look at those?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize any of the photographs that are contained on that page?
Yes.
How many do you recognize?
I recognize them all.
Okay. Do they fairly and accurately what are they? I'm sorry.
Photos 1 through 5 appear to be overall photographs of the garage at 69 Wells. Photograph 6 is the photograph of the doorknob of the door in between the garage and the mudroom at 69 Wells. And photos 7, 8, and 9 are photographs of the doorknob after removal and during processing.
And do those photographs all fairly and accurately portray those items that you described?
Yes,
And that's with respect to what they look like on May 25th, 2019.
yes.
Okay, state would offer that file, which I believe, if I can, is dates 9, file 2, labeled garage pictures.
No objection.
So states 9, file 2, admitted as full.
If I may, Your Honor, dates 9A again, so I'm going to have you take a look at state file 3, labeled kitchen, and the majority of them, I will pull up the last one on the computer, but if you can take a look, please. Did you have an opportunity to look at that?
Yes,
Thank you. I would also direct your attention to the screen right in front of you. Do you see that screen in front of you?
yes.
So just for the record, Your Honor, there is, so the record is clear, there is a screen in front of Detective Riley that only can be shown to him. The screen on the back of Detective Riley that is portrayed towards the jury is off. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted in the screen in front of you?
Yes,
Okay, both the screen in front of you as well as the document in front of you as well. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do. Could you pull up photograph 17?
I know they're small. Can you? Thank you. Attorney Moran is assisting, Your Honor. Thank you. And again, it is only for the record shown on the screen in front of you. Do you recognize the photograph 17?
Yes.
So all those photographs that you just saw, are they fairly and accurately portray? Well, I should ask this. What are they?
The photographs appear to be overall views of the kitchen. Those are photographs 1 through 4. Photograph 5 and 6 appear to be the contents of the purse we found in the house. 7, 8, 9.
Well, Your Honor, before he gets into a description of items not yet in evidence, I would like at least the opportunity of voir dire about this set before I object or not object.
I haven't even finished asking him if it is a fair and accurate representation of what he interprets it to be, Your Honor. I would ask to finish that before.
Thank you. The court will permit voir dire after counsel lays the foundation.
Thank you. You can continue, sir.
And photos 7 through 15 were taken during processing of the kitchen. Photo 16, an item of evidence that we seized from master bath. And photo 17 is an exhibit that was seized from the garage floor.
Do you recognize all the items on that piece of paper,
Yes,
as well as the screen in front of you?
yes,
Do they fairly and accurately portray what you explained them to be on May 25th, 2019?
yes.
State would offer it at this time, Your Honor.
Brief voir dire.
Yes.
Mr. Riley, I just want to be clear as we go through these. And let's start with the image you see on the screen, which on the sheet is marked as 18-352. That's on the screen. When you were at the scene, is this precisely how it appeared that you yourself saw?
Yes,
It was like that we're seeing in the picture. You observed that at precisely as this image portrays it.
Correct.
All right. And if you look at the other images, 1 through 17, when you were in the house doing your job of collecting evidence, did everything that you observed appear precisely as is shown in these images, these specific images?
Yes.
So that it not only fairly accurately represents the way that the room appeared in general, but you yourself saw these exactly as they're laid out here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then I'm not going to object to these pictures, Your Honor.
I know Your Honor, I have more files to open up, not just. Thank you.
So what is the offer?
At this point, Your Honor, we're still on states 9. Council has approved, it has been, sorry, Your Honor has admitted files 1, which is 69 wells on that, file 2, which is garage pictures, and file 3, which is labeled kitchen. The state is now moving on to file 4, which is titled 69 wells latent prints.
So 1, 2, and 3 are full already.
Already, Your Honor.
So just so that the record is clear, 1, 2, and 3 admitted as full.
And just for Your Honor, there are 15. So take a minute and take a look at file 4.
Yep.
Do you recognize the items depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What are they?
They're photographs of latent prints that we developed and seized at the scene.
What day did you seize those or develop those latent prints?
We fingerprinted the house on the 27th, so on Monday.
On the 27th. Do those photographs that you see in front of you fairly and accurately portray the prints you photographed or developed, I should say, on 5/27?
Yes.
State would offer.
May I get one here to verify?
Yeah.
I just want to be clear. You were there on the 25th, is that right?
Correct.
I just understood this testimony is this is something that happened not on the 25th, correct? These pictures?
That's right.
Were you back there on the 27th after these pictures were taken?
I was there on the 27th while those pictures were taken.
Oh, while they were being taken. So
Yes.
you're there on 2 different days.
Yes.
And do these images that are in folder 4, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 images, do they represent the way that the particular parts of that house appeared as you were there?
They depict the way the scene appeared on the 27th.
That's not my question. Do they, what we're looking at now in these images, do they appear exactly as when you were there, you observed them with the particular markings and whatever chemicals they sprayed? Is
Yes.
that a yes? That's a yes.
Yes.
All right. So you saw these images precisely as they're portrayed. In other words, you were there either at the time these pictures were taken or immediately thereafter, right?
Yes.
I have no objection.
States 9, file 4 admitted as full.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to draw your attention, states 9, file 5, titled Chevy Lapham. Please take a look at those items. Now, sir, with respect to items labeled 2 through 6, do you recognize what is depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What is depicted in those photographs?
So that is the Chevy Suburban that was found on Lapham Road as it appeared on the morning of the 25th.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately portray what that vehicle looked like that morning on May 25th, 2019?
As I found it, yes.
Okay. Would the state would offer those, Your Honor? The first item has already been admitted by a previous witness.
And I'm not objecting to that one either. If I may just follow up the same question. And to be clear, you were at the Lapham Road location and you observed the vehicle in that location at the time you were doing your evidence collection on that day?
Yes, we drove from the scene to Lapham Road.
And the vehicle was exactly as portrayed in these pictures, right?
That's how I found it, correct.
Okay. Again, I have no objection.
States 9, file 5 admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. States 9, file 6, titled Garage A. Sir, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photograph and depicted on the page. And then if you can, there is a photograph being pulled up on your screen. For the record, the video screen behind the witness is off. The video screen in front of him is on. With respect to pictures 12 and 13, they are side by side on your screen in front of you. If you take a look at all those photographs, please. Sir, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Sorry. What are they?
They're photographs of the garage floor. It's 69 wells during processing.
And by during processing, is that something that you were present for?
Yes.
Okay. Did you look at those items that are depicted in those photographs? Do they fairly and accurately portray what you saw that day on May 25th? Was it?
I believe these were taken on the 27th.
On May 27th, 2019, and you were present on May 27th when those photographs were taken?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what those photographs or what those items contained in the photographs are?
Yes.
State would offer?
Is there voir dire?
Yes, please. And if I could just inquire counsel for a second.
Mm-hmm. The other two items, Your Honor, contained in file 6 have already been admitted through Sergeant Pearson.
And just, I'm going to ask you kind of the same question. When you were in the garage, did it look exactly like this with the tape measures and the other crime van measuring devices that we see in these images?
During our processing, yes, this is how it looked.
I'm sorry, would you say that again, please?
During processing, this is how it looked.
Well, I'm asking whether while you were there, were these items laid out as shown in these pictures while you were collecting evidence?
Yes.
So the two that are on the screen, which are identified as in subfile 6, garage A, numbers 12 and 13, which don't appear on the sheet but are on the screen. These two show exactly how it appeared while you were in that garage.
Yes.
So the red dot on the van measuring thing was already there. Is that correct?
The red dot.
In the picture on the right that says A17. I just want to specify which one we're looking at. That was there while you were there, correct?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
When you say you don't know?
I don't remember exactly what every marking looked like, but this represents two of the stains
You
on
saw
the garage floor.
All right, well, I get that. We've seen a lot of pictures of stains. Well, my question is, we're talking about the white metric measuring devices. You recognize those from being from the van, correct?
Correct.
So I asked you about the red dot or stain you see on the thing that's marked A17, was that there when you were in the garage? So does that fairly and accurately represent what you saw?
I don't remember that.
You do not remember that.
I don't.
And then if you look at the image on the left that has an A16 on it, you see there's also a stain on the measuring device as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was that there when you were present in the garage?
I don't specifically remember that.
All right. We'll just have a moment. Except for the two images on the screen, 12 and 13, I object. I don't believe this witness can categorically state that this fairly and accurately represents the way it appeared while he was present.
If I may, Your Honor, 12, and what counsel is equivocating is over a small dot on a marking tab, not even on the garage floor or a marking on the house, on the ruler that is used to delineate what I guess is a measurement system.
I'm going to object to her describing the exhibit that's not yet in evidence.
You're never right to argue this and admit it.
Well, the jury cannot see what this is.
That's correct.
There may be questions that the court has that will be offered outside of the presence of the jury. Because the court wants to make sure, first of all, it understands what this exhibit is on the court screen.
That's
Correct.
correct. Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know this becomes somewhat inconvenient, but the court may have some questions about what you cannot see, which is not yet in evidence. So perhaps we'll just take an early afternoon recess and reconvene at 3:15.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess until 3:15.
So I just jumped in, and it looks like he's trying to keep the photo out because this guy can't say it accurately depicts the scene at the time. And you have to, in order to get it introduced, it has to accurately depict the scene at the time the picture was taken. And so that's why he's trying to keep it out. And she made a speaking objection, which he objected to because you're not supposed to argue what's in the picture if it's not in evidence. So the judge is properly taking the jury out so they can figure this out.
Hey, Tim, I just want to let you know Joel is on his way, so he should be hopping on any minute. But some people have some questions earlier that I
Sure.
flagged.
Okay,
If you don't mind, I'm going to pull those up for you.
great.
So this question is from JJ. It says, some states say if you did anything to assist in a murder, you are guilty of murder before or after the fact. Is it that way in Connecticut? Obviously, you're an attorney here in Florida,
Yeah.
but I wanted to know if you could just speak about this and give us some perspective.
Well, if you assist in any way before the murder, you can be charged as a principal. After the murder, you can be charged accessory after the fact, which also has significant penalties. And on a murder case, it's very punishable, really very increased penalties. So she could get 15, 20 years if they find her guilty of accessory after the fact of a murder.
And these are the
those are the
charges that she's
okay.
facing. Yeah. So if you can just walk us through this and explain this to us. I know that some people were a little confused about the charges.
All right. So conspiracy to commit murder means conspiracy. Two people had an agreement to commit a murder. So first you have to have an agreement. Then you have to take an overt act in furtherance of that conspiracy to commit the crime. conspiracy to commit tampering. They could say that she agreed when she was helped dumping the bodies or cleaning up, that she conspired to tamper with physical evidence. That seemed consistent. Tampering, obviously, if someone take evidence and you destroy it, clean up a scene, or you destroy or move a body or clean up blood, that would be tampering with physical evidence. So they've got these listed. They must have, I take it, 53-155, 53A. They're separate offenses. Yeah, so they're different dates. So they must have her on camera at a different location doing something. 24 might be the day of the murder, and 29th might be when the evidence was being disposed of. That's why there's separate counts. Each count will be determined by the jury separately. Tampering with physical evidence, that one is pretty significant. They don't give us degrees, but they did give us hindering the prosecution, 2nd degree. Now, I don't know how Connecticut is, but in Florida, 1st degree, is punished by 30, life felonies by life, capital by life. 1st degree is by 30 years, 2nd degree up to 15 years, 3rd degree is 5 years. I don't know what the penalties are in Connecticut for felonies, but it seems to me they're going to have a really hard time with conspiracy to commit murder. Unless they can prove some evidence that there was an agreement or she did something. I heard someone say the lawyer was charged with trying to make an alibi, but I haven't seen that yet. That's why he was charged. But dumping garbage, dumping body parts, cleaning up blood scene, cleaning up a car, that is all consistent with conspiring to tamper with evidence, tampering with physical evidence, and hindering the prosecution. I think the hindering, they normally put these, and that's on the 29th, they normally put the most serious offenses first. That's how we charge in Florida, and the lesser charges are down the bottom. But they have hindering prosecution, 2nd degree. I don't know. It says it's a felony, class C. So that looks like it's clearly higher than the class D felonies. So they probably should have put the hindering the prosecution 2nd, although the date wise may be the reason why they did that. But if you go by the date, then the hindering should have been the 4th charge. Now, it could be the way the clerk put this in. It could be the way that the officer filed the charges. But that's interesting. So B is the most serious, obviously. C class is the next serious, and D is the least serious. So it looks like the state's really going for a conviction on the C and D class felonies.
Joel is here, so I leave you in good hands, Tim.
No, you were better.
Yes. COE, as Black Widower would say, have a kip. She's gone already.
She busted out.
Yeah, she sure did. I'm just getting back here. So we've had this police officer on, as far as I know, and we are these court documents? Do you know, Tim? Oh, look, they're in a court break.
It looks like it's the filing.
The charges,
document.
it looks like.
Yeah.
It
could be just a docket sheet showing all the charges.
Here's a question from Cheryl Harvey. Tim, is it appropriate for the defense to keep interrupting the prosecution? That is happening a lot here, like he has been. I've never seen this before. Questions to witnesses before deciding to object or not. Is that typical, or is every jurisdiction different?
Most of them shouldn't be different. The only one that really is different is in Louisiana. They operate on a different law. They're under the French law. But all other courts have nuances that are a little different. But the law and the procedures should be the same. Is it normal? Here's what's happening. I just jumped on. I saw that he was questioning this witness. She wanted to introduce a document, I think a picture. He has the ability to voir dire that witness, whether or not he's the right person that can introduce it. And he said, you didn't take that picture, so you can't say it accurately depicts the scene. And I think he said no. And so he says, Judge, they can't introduce this picture because this witness can't properly lay the foundation to introduce it, which he's correct. Now, if you don't object, then you've waived it. Okay. And it may be that the state is being sloppy and they're giving him reasons to object. Sometimes some defense lawyers just object. They object just to throw the prosecutor off, to knock their momentum, to see if they'll fold, take away. And that can get annoying if you're losing all the time. But if the lawyer is winning the arguments and the judge is taking breaks, that sends to the jury, hey, wait a minute. This defense lawyer is objecting and the judge is making us go out. Maybe the prosecutor is doing something fishy. So it all depends how the rulings go. It's a fine line, though. You can get on the nerve of the jurors, just like the listeners here get tired of it. They don't like them. But I think once they start realizing what's going on and how the judges rules, they might say, okay, he's fighting for his client. And if the state's being sloppy, which they can be, then he's got an obligation to do that on his client's behalf.
Tim, here comes some of the conspiracy theorists. Mo Freedom, how does a red dot get on a police crime scene measuring ruler if its blood looks like it was planted evidence, in my opinion? When you are in your element, how careful do you have to be not to place blame on the police department for, for something that you don't have real evidence for? That's a very big allegation. Planting evidence by the police, huge allegation to make, isn't it?
Well, you have to be subtle about it. You don't want to say that you want to get it out there by being subtle, unless you have proof. Then you say and sloppiness. How did this get on here, officer? What is this on this document? You don't have to come out and say, did you plan it? Because he's going to say no. You just say, hey, what is this on this? What is this on here? How did this get here? Do you know? Who had it before you? Can you explain how this is on here? And then you save it for closing argument. Normally the cop is not going to get on the stand and say, yeah, I planted it. So you're never going to get the answer. And if you attack him and say you planted it, the jurors might turn off to you. And if they turn off to you, you got a tough road for your client.
I apologize to Blackwood Door. She says, I didn't say Kip. Maureen Walsh did. Us Irish all look the same. I have no idea what a Kip was. Haven't looked it up, but I assume it is an NAP, as we say. TV Cat just subbed to the new, she wrote Chanel, Coco Chanel, but the channel, I think. Elena Garcia here. Joel, the CEO, did an amazing job in your absence. Please compliment her and do something nice to her. And then she goes, oops, COE, ha, ha, ha. I'm going to take my own impromptu poll here. Who thinks that the COE, when we're doing these trials, should come on with her face and participate and be an active co-host to me? I say yes. She was a network news correspondent. She should be on here. We're going to get her. That's going to be a new added role for the COE. Karen says, love the COE. Judge Kevin Randolph is back. I want to give a shout out to Marissa Alter. She is following this case in the courtroom for News 12. Never met her a day in my life. News 12, Connecticut. But she's tweeting about this. It's incredibly helpful.
Dates 9, file 6. Is that correct?
Shout out to her. Let's listen in.
Yes, Your Honor. State sign file 6, pictures 12 and 13.
And 14, Your Honor, although that one hasn't been put on the screen.
Well, the court wouldn't see those numbers, 12 and 13, on the screen.
That would be on the hard copy, Your Honor. I have no, only 12, 13. He's also speaking upward.
What the court sees is A16 and A17.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so that would correspond to which numbers?
12 and 13.
12 and 13.
You can hear counsel whispering if you listen really close.
Attorney Schoenhorn was in the process of basically voir direing on 12 and 13. And the court had an opportunity to consider what was suspected an objection by Schoenhorn. The court is going to make a distinction between authentication
and the concerns of Attorney Schoenhorn. What the court is looking at is a measuring device and stains. Concerning authentication, the measuring device is what it appears to be, a measuring device. In both 12 and 13, they both purport to be measuring devices. The court sees that there is no controversy concerning whether they are measuring devices. The question is whether those measuring devices appeared that way when Detective Riley saw them. Is that correct? Because he indicated that he doesn't remember the red dot on 13 and the marking on 12.
Well, the question I was asked is whether these fairly and accurately depict what he saw. And if it, there's a lot of other pictures, but if they didn't, I'll just note, Your Honor, although it wasn't put up on the screen, number 14, the next picture, also has a red, what looks like another drop. And why this is important, Your Honor, is because if some of these small drops are blood-like, what's on the measuring device also looks the same. It's the same color, may also be blood-like. So the suggestion that there is more than what was actually there, that's the problem with the way the question was asked. This goes in, suggests there's more. Maybe that's blood. Maybe they dropped it on there while they were collecting it, but this witness is not the one to testify about it. That's why it's important to the defense. And I notice there seems to be another similar marking on picture 14, the next one. I don't know if Your Honor just wants me to, instead of.
We'll take the representation that there's another stain on 14.
Right.
But
I think the jury is hearing all this.
As the court heard the question, is this how these two exhibits, ID exhibits, appeared to you when you saw them? That I do not remember the stain on 12, and I do not remember this.
Just asked the question. I was muted. Tim, do you look over at the jurors to see if they are taking notes? Does that matter to you?
Oh, absolutely. And if they're paying attention. It's clear the judge is looking at the jury when he's explaining this. They must be in the box.
Yeah.
What's on 12, the marking on 12. I do not remember that dot on 13. And the objection is, well, there's no indication that this fairly and accurately depicts what
he's got to sustain the objection.
The 25th of May or the 27th of May.
For the record, I think it's former Detective Riley, not, I think Your Honor used the name Clavy, I think, just for the record.
I thought it said Riley, nevertheless. And the court is just going to indicate what its ruling will be. The court is focused on the authentication of the measuring device. The jury is going to hear that didn't appear to be what I saw on that date, and leave any cross-examination if they are admitted to counsel. Because it is going to be obvious that the jury is going to think, how did a reddish looking stain that appears on a measuring device get on a measuring device, whereas the stains on the garage floor allegedly were there 2 days before the measuring device showed up?
Really sloppy police
That's going to be what they think.
Really sloppy.
But this is the state's offer.
He's letting the state know this is terrible.
Your Honor, before the jury comes back, there is one other issue. The court overruled the objection regarding the testimony regarding whether the reagent or presumptive, the reason for this witness's actions. But there's going to be an effort in the next 10 minutes, I assume, to try and offer, looks like, I can't tell from just the image, I'd have to call it up on the computer, 3, perhaps 4 images of somebody taking a picture with a night camera of the glow, which I submit is a separate issue of whether or not he, because I can't cross-examine the images, and I would ask that that be at least addressed outside the presence of the jury as to whether or not he was wearing, I don't know, special glasses to take the swab at the time, because the pictures are more prejudicial, in my view, unfairly prejudicial than the testimony that he did it because of the presumptive test using either the inositol or the KM.
If I can just direct counsel to the screen, are these the ones? If I can. Because I do.
This is really sloppy.
I'd rather get this
Jim,
out.
how problematic is this? No gloves or booties when the officers were searching the house and garage. This is a very affluent
It's
area,
bad.
not-
It's really bad.
Under
And they should know better.
Chevy Suburban. And
Not only that, it looks like the equipment they used is not even clean when they go in there.
file.
So you'd be hammering this home too if you were the defense.
Suburban.
Oh, yeah, you'd have to.
This photograph
Maybe
is
in a little less
15, and there's 15.
offensive way, but I would be
and
hammering it.
16.
You can see the
Tim-
judge is displeased.
I
You
believe
can
those-
see he's
are those the
displeased.
three?
Let me just have a moment.
Karen says, personally, the defense is on my last nerve. Are you used to being disliked in the courtroom, Tim?
Image is just so black.
Sometimes.
In other words,
Yeah,
I
sometimes.
can tell from the paper copy, so if I just have a moment. Oh,
The best though, Joe, is when they come back with the verdict and they poll the jury and they look right at me and said, absolutely my verdict.
And then this
You're like, oh my God, they want to sentence
yes,
me. too.
those would be those are the images.
Tim, what about this?
And
Miss
I would be
Wheelassie in
objecting to
Scotland,
the
couldn't
later testing
99% of this
not
been resolved prior to the actual
These
trial
three
starting? This
images,
is
which
crazy.
I don't know if
It
you're
should
on-
have been.
Does,
you know,
yeah.
But it
aid
looks like the state's
for
playing
the
fast
jury
and
in any
loose,
event,
and the defense
and the
caught him.
fact of putting it in has no probative value whatsoever, but it will certainly make the jury confused to think it was evidence of blood when it's going to be in a week or two shown that it had nothing to do, that it was not blood.
See, that's it. Oh,
Your
wow.
Honor, again, I feel like this is a backdoor to Your Honor's ruling already this morning that the state can offer testimony regarding the presumptive test, not only the luminol, but the KM Kastle-Meyer test. Counsel can, of course, cross-examine Detective Riley as well as any lab witnesses, present any case he wishes to do. But like Your Honor indicated earlier, it goes to its weight, not its admissibility. And this was something Your Honor decided and is allowed. So just by virtue of the fact that it's a luminol test, I don't think affects at this point its admissibility. Now, when we get to authenticating the photograph, I guess I can do that now outside the presence of the jury. We can go through the motions if Your Honor wishes.
Well, the court does not think this is a
Difficult matter to resolve. The state, of course, the state has its strategy, but the state can ask its witness, is this a conclusive test? This luminol test can show not only blood, but 30 other substances. Isn't that right? So the court sees no unfair prejudice. This is the state's presentation. The court sees no unfair prejudice. And again, the court can ask, how many substances would the luminol test
Yeah.
detect?
Judge can't ask questions.
It's unclear. So the court sees no unfair prejudice at this stage.
Would the court at least permit short voir dire about these 3 images so we're not taking up time in front of the jury, and then my issue is preserved for the record?
Well, the court thinks the voir dire is just as short as the court made it. This can show 30 substances, correct?
But he hasn't answered it.
Well, no, I'm not asking, but that's as far as, the court can ask that while the jury is here.
Yes, yes.
If the court is unclear.
Well, I don't even know if he was present when these pictures were taken, whether he saw it.
Well, I think that because counsel knows their case, it may be that counsel is assuming that the jury is going to draw certain conclusions, not based on what's coming in now, but based on what counsel knows about the case. If this is shown to the jury, just this photo, with some testimony as to this is what the luminol test showed, the court can see no unfair prejudice in that, and cross-examination that this isn't conclusive.
Well, more to the point, Your Honor, I would submit that this witness doesn't have the proper background or authentication or experience to testify that what it shows, other than it's a glowing purple image in the dark. You would need someone with scientific background to explain what the luminol is and what it shows, not a hearsay statement by a detective.
Well, what the court can envision is, I sprayed this section colloquially with luminol, and that's what happened. Now, where that testimony goes from there will have to be heard. And I think the objections would have to come after that point. But
Well,
just to say this is the result that we saw is not prejudiced unfairly. What does it mean? That's the next question. What does it mean?
Well, is the court then to preclude that next question or wait for an objection on that? That's why we're doing this outside the presence of the jury.
Well, it depends on what the state is going to try to get in. The court indicated what the question, the threshold question would be. And then the court has to see where it goes from there.
May I make a suggestion with respect to the luminol, those photographs, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think a lot of their, for their foundation, it is in file 14 out of 15 for a reason. As Your Honor can see through the many, many photographs that the state intends to introduce, that there will be a lot of testimony concerning what was found in the garage, as well as Detective Riley's reasoning and his training experience and his determination. I'm not simply going to put the photograph up and have it conveyed for what it is. There will be a foundation for it. Perhaps we should wait until that time is at hand, I guess, for that determination. And what I will do is just mark before those pictures come up, and we can do an offer of proof outside the presence of the jury with Detective Riley on the stand.
Okay, the court would prefer not to have the jury keep going out this afternoon. So if we can go back to the other 12 and 13. So that's where we are at this point.
Yes, Your Honor. And actually, can I?
Well, you know, the prosecutor is kind of on the ropes
Your
here.
Honor, just for the record, if I can also, this is on a side note. Apparently, even though the TV is off and it is something not being streamed, I know that this is something that is live streamed, the ID issues that are seen on the camera feed are still being shown. So the whole point is the jury doesn't see it off of the screen. However, it is being still live streamed, the ID issues. So that apparently is something we did discover during the break. But I want to make it very clear that the screen behind the jury has been off, and we will ensure that the camera or the video camera on the side is off as well.
Thank you.
This, before we put up, is now back on the screen, is 12 and 13. I will leave the video in front of Detective Riley down until Your Honor indicates I can put it back up.
So the last line of questioning from Attorney Schoenhorn essentially was those marks on those measuring devices, Detective Riley did not see at the time he was at the property on either the 25th or the 27th.
That's not my memory, Your Honor. My memory, and perhaps Detective Riley can indicate, is that he does not recall
He
seeing
does not
those two
recall seeing
marks.
them, correct.
Wow.
That's the last line that the court heard.
Correct, and that it therefore this witness cannot testify that if that image fairly and accurately represents what is in the image at the time he was present. That's my argument.
And the state's offer, Your Honor, is with respect to the what's at issue is the markings on the garage floor. A small mark contained on the measuring document that either Detective Riley or one of the other officers actually put down there does not make the document moot at this point.
The court's view is that the measuring, we call them devices, are what they purport to be in the photograph. The conclusions that the jury draws about how those stains arrived on those measuring devices is going to be up to the jury.
I think this hurts the state. He's ruling for the state, but it's going to make them look sloppy. The defense is going to be all over it. And the judge is great, a great judge. But this is really bad for the state. It's their second day in trial, and they're having all these problems just getting photographs of the scene of the garage in. And this is not a good way for them to begin a trial.
There's a shot of Michelle Troconis talking with John Schoenhorn and her team there, or at least part of the huddle. She looks like she's taking this very seriously. She's out on bail, so she goes home every day. Shot of her in a black outfit after she was leaving. Second day in a row, she's wearing kind of this very preppy Connecticut-esque looking outfit. She's got the turtleneck, looks like a cashmere type
Counsel
turtleneck.
stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Another jurors.
Yes, sir.
Now, Tim, if I'm a juror and this is me, I'm not the most patient person. I'm starting to tune things out.
I finished my voir dire, so I'll just note that my objection is that this witness cannot state that these two images.
He's doing this on purpose in front of the jury.
To number 14 in this package fairly and accurately represents what he observed that day. So I'll just rely on
We
my
make
objection.
sure the day we're talking about is clear. Is this the 25th or the 27th?
May I inquire, Your Honor, just to get it from Detective Riley? Sir, do you recall what day those photographs were taken?
Yes, these were taken on the 27th.
The objection is overruled. This states 9 file 6.
Yes, sir.
States 9 file 6 will be admitted as full.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Now, Tim, this the
Again,
state's
states
lead
9A,
prosecutor, she's the Stanford
people
supervisory
look
state
in
attorney. She's the
marked
top
as
woman there, I believe,
file
top man or
7,
woman.
garage.
But it does seem like she's struggling a little bit.
Take a look at those photographs.
Yeah, a little bit. And maybe she thought she'd slide some stuff in, but the lawyer caught her. I don't know.
Do you recognize what's depicted on those pages, please?
Yes, I do.
What is depicted on those?
They are photographs of the garage floor as we were processing it and some of the items of evidence that we observed and collected.
And as you were processing, what day?
This would have been on the 27th.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately portray what those items looked like on May 27, 2019?
Yes.
The state would offer, Your Honor, there's also a PDF, but that has already been admitted.
Blood here? Yes, and I just want to clarify now with this folder marked number 7, Garage B, does this folder, are all the images in there, as you recall it, that it fairly and accurately represents what you saw on that date of May 22nd?
Yes.
I have no objection to this folder, Your Honor.
Thank you. States 9, file 7, admitted as full.
Thank you.
A first-year prosecutor can get that introduced.
Tim, what about this question? Is there an advantage to having this six-juror panel over 12?
File 8.
It's easier to get a unanimous verdict with 6 people rather than 12.
Photographs, for the record, Your Honor, the screen behind the witness is.
You guys aren't going to get analysis like this anywhere, nowhere on planet Earth except with Tim Jansen.
If you can also take a look at that screen when you have.
So all around the globe, you will not get legal analysis like this live during the trial. Nowhere else.
Do you recognize the items depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What are they?
Again, it's the garage of the residence and some of the stains found on the garage floor and on the the photograph depicted on the screen is something we found on the interior face of one of the garage doors.
And what day are we talking about?
This would be on the 27th as well.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately portray what you indicated they are?
Yes.
The state would offer it?
The same inquiry, may I, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask the same question just so that I'm being consistent. You look at the images in this subfolder on this disk, number 8. You look at all the images, including the one that's on the screen because it didn't print, because it's a PDF, or it's an NEF, which I don't even know what that is. But do all of these images, including the one on the screen, fairly and accurately represent what you saw that evening, including whatever measuring devices are depicted in them?
Yes.
I have no objection to this folder.
States 9,
Those
file
are the
8.
questions the prosecutor should be asking. He should say yes, and then he doesn't have to do an objection or avoid our inquiry. She's just not doing it properly.
States 9, file 9, labeled garage B. So if you could take a few moments, please, and look at
Tim,
that.
this is a good question. Why wasn't the officer who actually took the photos submitting the exhibits? Why? This is the
Well,
commanding officer?
It could be he's no longer with the department. It could be he's not available. And usually these are routine. Someone else at the scene says, yes, these accurately depict what the scene was when I was there. Boom, it's in.
Bring up photograph 10, please.
It's not difficult.
Tim, I'll tell you why podcasting has replaced traditional media. I dropped this. This is my Edvard Munch Scream sculpture, which symbolizes anxiety, one of my favorite things. And I dropped it yesterday and the head fell off. I'm about to super glue the head back on to the neck. And I can do that during a podcast, during a trial.
8
I
women.
do that at Fox News.
Do you recognize what's the?
Do we know the makeup of the jury?
For the record,
I have not heard that anywhere. Does anyone at STS Nation know the makeup?
Again, this is the garage floor.
Please let us know. I'm going to go to the bottom. If anyone knows the makeup, let me know.
And staining that we found on the floor.
Look at this, Tim Jansen. Thank you for taking the time to lend your expert knowledge to STS.
Were they taken on different days or the same day? Do you recall?
It can't be 8 men and 4 women. There's only 6 jurors. Oh, there's 6 alternates. So
There are
is
6
12,
alternates.
but we
There
don't
are
know
6
which ones are alternates.
371.
Yeah, there are 6
Taken on
alternates.
the 20.
I heard there was only 5, but I think they got it up to
371,
6.
are you indicating that's the one right in front of you?
Look at Bayou Babe.
10-3.
There's no other way to watch trials in STS
And the
commentary
others?
as I'm interrupting
others,
everything right
are
now with
taken
Tim
on the
Joel and
27th.
TOE. Yes, let's listen.
On each of the images that are portrayed on that document, sir, do each of them fairly and accurately depict what you saw on both the 25th and then 27th for the image in front of you?
Yes.
State would offer it.
May I, what year? Could you just explain to me, you're saying that the particular image marked 10-371 was taken on a different day than the others that are in this image? And this subfolder, I mean?
Yes.
And what is it about that particular image that you realize was taken on a different day?
I recognize the exhibit, sir, and I know that I seized that exhibit on the 25th.
When you say exhibit, just because it's not shown yet, you're talking about somebody wrote the word exhibit number and a number on it, right?
Correct.
That's in the actual photograph.
Yes.
And there seems to be some kind of green material to the left. Do you recall seeing that when you were there on the 25th?
Yes.
And there seems to maybe be a some curly thing that might be a piece of hair just above the little measuring devices. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes.
And you were present for the other images as well on the 27th, the rest of the ones in the subfolder marked 9?
Yes.
And they look exactly the way, or that you recall them appearing, that the image appeared that's shown in these photographs, correct?
At some point during the processing, yes.
While you were present, though?
While I was present.
All right, no objection to these images.
Stage 9, file 9, admitted as full.
Thank you. If I may approach again. Thank you, sir. States 9, file 10, labeled garage E. Can you take a few moments, please, and review that document?
Okay, can I see 3-186 on the screen, please?
And just for the record, the screen behind you is blank. The one in front of you should show that image.
Yes, I recognize them.
And with respect to each of the images contained on the document in front of you, sir, do you recognize each of those images?
Yes.
From what day?
These were from the 27th.
And were you present for when these images, or on the 27th for these images?
Yes.
Okay, and each of these, do they fairly and accurately portray what you saw that day?
Yes.
State would offer.
May I inquire, Jay? Can you look at the image marked 4-187 in this subfolder? I'm going to ask you to indicate to me whether or not the stain or mark that's on the measuring device, it appears to be the same color as the other spots, was on the measuring device when you were there on May, you said the 25th or the 27th for these pictures?
These were on the 27th.
Okay. So do you recall whether or not that stain drop was there when you, that's depicted in that specific image 4-187?
It doesn't look like a stain drop. It looks like some plant material.
Well, no, I'm talking about on top of the measuring device. We looked at the same picture?
Yes.
4-187, there's a number 55 in the picture, right? So I'm talking about the right-hand smaller measuring device.
Yes.
You see right in the middle of it, there, near the middle, there's a stain of some sort.
I think that looks like a piece of plant material, sir.
Oh, do you know whether it was there at the time? I'm just asking.
Yes, there were plant material there on the floor at the time this photo was taken.
And right on top of the measuring device, you're saying it fairly accurately represents, you recall it being there?
On top of the measuring device?
Yes.
I don't remember specifically.
All right, so I'm going to make that same objection with regard to this particular image, but the rest of them, I just want to be sure the others fairly and accurately represent the way you recall the seen, that's depicted in these images on that date, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm only objection to the one image, Your Honor.
Thank you. The objection is overruled. States 9, file 10, admitted as full.
Thank you. If I may. Thank you. States 9, sir, file 11, garage F. Please take a moment and take a look at that document.
Hey, Joel and guys, I got a client emergency. I got to run. I'll try to
Tim,
get back.
thank you. Okay, you're awesome. Thank you,
Recognize
Tim.
the photographs depicted in on that page.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are various stains found on the garage floor at 69 Wells.
Do you recall what day?
These were, they appear to be taken on the 27th.
And do each, in looking at each of those photographs, do they fairly and accurately portray what you saw the garage, you saw that day on the 27th in May of 2019?
Yes.
State would offer it.
If I just could have one moment, Your Honor.
The court cannot see that ID exhibit.
Your Honor, it's actually, may I have a moment?
So Tim Jansen, legal analyst extraordinaire, had a bounce. He may or may not come back. A quick reminder, in an hour and 23 minutes, it is Friday Fun Day. Great Scott, True Crime Phil, with America's
I'm just
most
asking
respected
you
detective Phil Waters and
In this
FBI's
group that's in
Scott
folder
Duffy.
10,
And we're going to discuss
garage
this case
B,
and have
do these
Phil,
represent
one of America's
fairly
best
accurately what
detective
you yourself
interviewers, look
saw
at some of the interviews
when you were there
that
on
we've
that
done
day?
with Michelle Troconis, and then we'll move
not
on to
gonna
some
object to
wacky
these.
stories of the week. and
States
some
9,
crazy
file
events
11,
as well.
correct?
That's 5 p.m. Eastern.
Yes, Your Honor.
Admitted as full.
Thank you. Riley, if I may. Sorry, Riley. States 9, file 12, labeled Garage G. Sir, if you could please take a look at that document. There will also be another photograph depicted on your screen in front of you. Take a look at that. And just for the record, again, the screen behind the witness is blank. There's on the screen in front of him.
By the way, I asked a lawyer about this question about the fact this jury was impaneled back in October, around the same time that Jennifer Farber Dulos was declared dead by a judge, and a Connecticut lawyer or New York State lawyer told me it is very unusual to have a jury impaneled that far ahead of the time. And again, typically 12 regular jurors. Here there are just 6 with 6 alternates. And as STS Nation, the best community in all of true crime, have told us 8 men, 4 women are on that.
Can I see
jury.
196, please?
196 is also, I believe that would be 1.
Yes. I have the correct one on the screen. Thank you.
So are you finished reviewing all those photographs?
Yes.
Do you recognize the photographs depicted both on the screen in front of you as well as the document in front of you?
Yes.
Do you recall on what day that these photographs were taken?
These were taken on the 27th.
And were you present when they were taken?
Yes.
And looking at each of the images on the document in front of you as well as the screen in front of you, do they fairly, well, I should ask this first. What are those images of?
These are, the photos depict an item of evidence that we found on the garage floor as well as staining.
Thank you, Elena. Trials are long
Some of
and
the
drawn out,
processing
and
methods that were
they ebb
used.
and flow. This is definitely a little tedious
Do
here.
these
On the bigger
photographs
days,
accurately
if Michelle
represent those
Troconis
items
does
as
testify,
you saw them on the day in
or family
May
members, we will
2020?
definitely have legal analysis
They would offer them.
for you on those days, for sure.
I'm just going to ask you about the same question, but I'm going to ask about a specific image in here, just to be clear. you were present when all these items that are shown in these particular images were on the floor or on the car, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you separately about 18, but all the rest of them, those fairly and accurately represent what you actually observed on May 27th, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask with regard to Exhibit 18, it's obviously not taken at the same time as the first image that's up on your screen, right?
Correct.
So were you present when somebody put these red strings down? Were you there for that?
I was there during that process, yes.
Were you there when this picture was taken, which shows the process being completed?
Yes, I saw the completed product.
You did see that?
Yes.
All right. I don't object to these things, Judge.
Case 9, file 12, admitted as full.
Thank you, sir. States 9, file 13, labeled garbage cans. Please take a look at that document. Do you recognize those photographs, sir?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are photographs of garbage cans that were found in the A corner of the garage.
And I'm taking a look at all the images on that page, sir. Do you recall what day these photographs were taken?
It appears that 1, 2, 3, and 5 were most likely taken on the 25th, and 4 was taken on the 27th.
Now, with respect to taking each of those images in and of itself, because they're obviously 5 images, do they fairly and accurately represent what the garbage cans look like on 525 and or 527?
Yes.
Okay. And the state would offer them, Your Honor?
I want to clarify the disjunctive and or. So did they all look like that you observed on the 25th of May? All these images, whether one was taken on a different day or not?
Without regard to the scale that are depicted, yes. That's the way the garbage cans looked.
And the difference is on the 27th, somebody put the little scale stickers that's from the evidence van?
It appears that photo 4, somebody actually wrote on the, can I see photo 4, please?
We'll just call it up for you.
Yes. That photo there was definitely taken on the 27th.
So if they have a little measuring thing and then there's somebody hand wrote something on it, if it was handwritten on it, it's the 27th. If it's blank, it's maybe the 25th or the 27th, or we don't know.
Just for this specific item. Yes.
Okay. And just so that I'm clear, as far as the garbage pail is concerned, do you know if they were in these exact positions when you were there, or were they moved?
In the first photograph is how they appeared as we found them. And then during our examination and search, they were probably open, maybe they moved slightly, but they were generally relatively in that same position.
Okay, so relatively in the same position.
Correct.
No objection.
States 9, file 13, admitted as full.
States 9, file 14, labeled Chevy Suburban. Sir, if you can please take a look at that document.
Okay.
Do you recognize, well, let me start with this. Photographs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Do you recall, or do you know when those photographs were taken?
Yes.
When were they taken?
These were taken on the 28th of May, 2019.
And where, what are they depictions of?
They are depictions of the Chevy Suburban seized from Lapham Road in New Canaan. And these photographs were taken during processing of that vehicle at the New Canaan Police Department.
Were you present for the processing of the vehicle?
Yes.
And were you present during, to see all of the items depicted in these photographs?
Yes.
Okay, now with respect to, with respect to items 1 through 16, do those photographs fairly and accurately depict what they are portrayed in the images to be?
Yes.
Okay, now with respect to 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26, were those taken on a different day?
Let's see photograph 22, please. And 24 as well, please. Okay.
And just for the record, the screen behind you is blank and these are all appearing in front of you.
So photographs 17 through 21 were taken on June 26th at Troop G Bridgeport.
And were you present on June 21st? It was up today, I'm sorry.
I believe it was 26th.
26th. Were you present on June 26th?
Yes.
Were you present for these photographs?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately portray what they are depicted?
Yes.
What are they?
These are items or conditions that we found on the underside of that Chevy Suburban seized on Lapham Road.
And that was with respect to, I'm sorry, 18, 19, 20, and 21?
Yes.
Okay. And do they fairly and accurately portray, just to be clear, up to 21?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What are they?
These are photographs of latent prints taken from the exterior of that Chevy Suburban. These were taken on the 28th of May, 2019 at the New Canaan Police Department.
Were you present when these photographs were taken?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the, what'd you say, latent prints?
Yes.
That were on the vehicle that day?
Yes.
They would offer the 9, file 14 in its entirety.
May I? What you? I'm going to just separate out for the moment numbers 14, 15, and 16 for the moment. I'm just going to ask you about the rest of them in toto. With regard to all of those images, 1 through 13, and then 17 through 26, were you present in the location where they're shown so that you could say that what's being depicted in there, including fingerprints, you saw exactly what's in these images? Is that correct? And on the day that it was taken, you were there, you saw it, right?
Yes.
All right. So let me just ask you, there are 3 images that that there's images of, but on the paper copy, they basically look black, okay? So my question is, these were taken at night or were they taken in the dark, correct?
Correct.
Were you present when that was done?
Yes.
You were in the room when they turned off the light
Yes,
and you watched them take the pictures?
yes.
Those particular images were illuminated with a black light, is that correct?
No,
They were illuminated using a chemical, correct?
yes.
And the photographs you were taken without a flash for those 3 images, correct?
Correct.
Can I just have a moment? This was an issue that did arise before. I'm going to raise my objection, and depending in any of it, I'm going to ask the court to give a limiting instruction regarding, but I don't object to 1 through 13 and 17 through 26 on subfolder 14.
So what the court can do right now is just exclude photos 14 through 16 and admit, pending argument, and admit as full 1 through 13, 17 through the balance as full.
Your Honor, just for the record, the state would be attempting to introduce those throughout the course of the testimony at a later point to hear once a foundation has been made. This is just to expedite the process of entering all the photographs, if I may. May I continue with the last folder? Yes. Thank you. So states 9, folder 19, I'm sorry, not 19, 15, labeled grain river. Can you please take a look at that document?
Yes, can I see photo 13, please?
Sir, do you see the photo reflected on the screen in front of you?
Yes. And photo 8, please. Okay, recognize these.
You do. Sir, with respect to photos, one, well, let me just ask you, are all those photos taken on the same day?
Not sure about 1 and 2, but the rest were taken 3 through 13 were taken on the 27th.
So 3 through 13 were taking on the 27th, where?
At 69 Wells.
Okay, and with respect to 1 and 2, Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted in those photographs?
That's the garage at 69 Wells.
And anything else inside those photographs?
That's a Range Rover that was found parked in the center bay.
With respect to 1 and 2, when you were present at 69 Wells on May 25th and May 27th, what is depicted, or does this photograph fairly and accurately depict what the garage with the vehicle looked like?
Yes, it does.
And with respect to 3 through 13, were you present during those photographs?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what they are depicted to be?
Yes.
Now, with respect to 14 through 18, do you recall those?
Yes, these were photographs taken of the Range Rover during additional processing on June 26th at Troop G Bridgeport.
And were you present for that additional processing?
Yes,
And do you recognize these photographs and what's depicted in them?
I do.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what you indicated they are to be?
Yes.
State would offer file 15, states 9.
And voir dire.
To answer Yala's question, these pictures in the garage could prove that
Remember the
Fotis
question I asked you
Dulos
like
and
15
potentially
times
Michelle
now?
Troconis
Yes, I do.
The answer is the same.
actively
for all
tried to
pictures?
move
Yes.
Jennifer Farber Dulos, and that's why ultimately
Page 9,
you see them
file
on
15,
surveillance video dumping bags, presumably with her belongings, maybe even body parts. Her body has never been found. Court is expected to go another 47 minutes, and 15 minutes after that, it's Friday. Great Scott, your True Crime Phil with Phil Waters, Scott Duffy. It's going to
Sergeant
be a
Riley,
long trial.
I want to talk about May 25th, okay? The night of May 24th into May 25th, 2019. You indicated you arrived at 69 Wells at about 2 o'clock in the morning?
Approximately, ma'am, yes.
Okay. What did you do when you first arrived?
When I first arrived on scene, I parked the van in the cul-de-sac. We took a walk up the driveway to basically clear it of any items of evidentiary value. And then we parked the van in the driveway and awaited a search warrant.
Did you write a search warrant?
I did not.
Just for clarity, what is a search warrant?
Search warrant is authorizations signed by a judge that authorizes police officers to enter and search a premises or person.
Was a search warrant obtained for 69 Wells that night, or that morning, I should say?
Yes,
Did you review that?
I did.
At what time did you review that search warrant?
I would say approximately 4 o'clock in the morning.
And I believe what was your assignment again for 69 Wells that day?
Evidence collection.
Okay. Now, if I can, sir, I'm gonna draw your attention to states 9, to the screen behind you, which is not on. Thank you. States 9, file 1. If you could take a look behind you, sir. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I did.
When you arrived that night, what do you recognize that to be, by the way?
That's the scene at 69 Wells.
And when you say you went up the driveway and parked the van, can you show where you went? If you wouldn't mind standing up, sir. Your Honor, is it okay if he, thank you.
Oh, when I did park the van up on the hill, it was over in this direction here. And may have been left out of the overall photograph.
Okay, and picture 2, that same file, sir, do you recognize that area?
Yes.
Uh,
That is the exterior of the garage, it's 69 walls.
And is this what the exterior of the garage looked like the morning of 5/25?
That's as we found it.
That's as you, is this well, if I can. And then this photograph, sir?
That is a photo of the back of the house, it's 69 walls.
Now, I believe you testified a little bit ago about taking swabs off of doors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are there, where you took the swabs that day, is that depicted in those photographs?
Some of the points of entry, yes.
Could you please point those out?
Yes, here, the mudroom door, and here are these French patio doors.
Okay, and just for the record, that's the middle part of the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. What about picture 4?
Has a photo of the side of the house. I believe that's the east side of the house.
And in about the middle, I guess lower, is that a door as well?
Yes,
Did you swab that door?
I did.
And when I say swab it, did you utilize that same process that you spoke about earlier?
Yes, I did.
Now, were you wearing gloves when you conducted each of those swabs?
Yes,
Do you change your gloves?
yes.
Tell me why.
Because we're looking for minute quantities of biologic material, and we didn't want to contaminate it with kind of foreign biologic material.
How often would you change your gloves?
When conducting these DNA swabs after every sample.
So every time you swabbed a item, you would change your gloves?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any other protective gear on?
I was wearing a face mask.
And I'm actually going to go back to the first photograph, sir. And if I can just zoom in a little bit on that. Is there a area that you swabbed on the front of the house depicted in that photograph?
Yes, the front door here.
Okay. And did you change your gloves for that as well?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat for now, sir. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Now, on that day on May 25th, 2019, you were the evidence officer, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you again just explain what that means?
So it was my responsibility to identify items that we were going to seize and ensure that they were documented properly. Any kind of measurement that needed to be taken was taken. Any kind of field testing I would conduct, and then I would be responsible for the collection, the packaging, the labeling,
Okay.
and the reporting.
Is there a particular area of the house that on May 25th, 2019 you started with? Actually, I'll just, if I can, just show you. I'll start showing you some of the photographs. We'll start with this as dates 9, file 2, I believe, picture 1. Did you enter the garage on May 25th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was the garage door open when you arrived? As
Yes.
it is in that photograph?
When we arrived, that center bay door was open.
Were there officers on scene when you arrived?
Yes.
And were there officers inside the garage when you arrived?
I don't believe so.
But the door was open?
The door was open.
Okay. Now, as you entered
That
the
house that
garage,
Jennifer was
you,
renting, I believe,
where did you go
was
and what did you do?
1.9 million. The house that they lived in together, substantially more.
So once we obtained a search warrant, we began our
expensive home.
walkthrough, and I entered the
Very
garage,
expensive area.
entered the rest of the home through the door at the front of the Range Rover, and went and opened the front door. to allow additional members of the team in.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph, sir?
Yes, that is the right side of the garage.
And is that how you saw it that day?
Yes.
And further, that was states two, the picture 2, this is picture 3. And what does that photograph depict?
That's again a photograph of the right side of the garage.
And picture 4
That is the left side of the garage.
and picture 5.
The center of the garage, taken from one of the corners, looking at the door that would lead into the mudroom and kitchen of the first floor.
Is that the door that you entered the house on?
That I initially did, yes.
Was it locked?
I don't think so, ma'am.
I'm going to show you file or picture 6. What does that photograph depict?
That is a photograph of the that door to the mudroom. This is what I call the exterior side, or the garage side of the door. And on that doorknob, we found a visible fingerprint, or what appeared to us to be a visible fingerprint. And that's why you see the scale, the mark up there.
Now, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions of that, but before I do, what information had you been given prior to, as the evidence officer, it was your job to determine what, if anything, would be found for evidentiary value and seized, is that correct?
Yes, as other members of the team, if they saw something, they would bring it to my attention, and then I would decide whether or not we were going to seize it.
So at this point, when you entered the house as the evidence officer, what information had you have that allowed you to make these decisions?
Objection, hearsay, and vague.
Well, the evidence so far, as the court understood the evidence, is that he read the warrant affidavit.
Yes, sir.
So if that is the objection, if the testimony goes beyond that, the court can hear another objection. But if the answer is he read the warrant affidavit, that's the.
I'm not going to object to that.
My next question, Your Honor, is what is the information that contained in that warrant affidavit that helped you or guided you in making your decisions?
So I'm going to object on hearsay and relevance ground. You got a warrant, so he took his actions.
The objection is sustained.
If I can, Your Honor. Sir, why were you there at 69 Wells that day?
The objection asked and answered.
At this point, it becomes preliminary. He was involved in a missing persons investigation. That's preliminary. It's already been established.
Okay. Now, I'm going to draw your attention to the photograph right behind you, sir, photograph 6, on, I believe, file 2. Now, I'm going to scroll in, if I can. Do you see that marking or that measurement?
Yes.
What is it?
That is how I would designate what was going to be seized. I would, assign it, our version of the exhibit, we call it an exhibit, that's the EX. We'll give it a sequential number for identification purposes, and we'll either write it on some sort of label or we'll drop one of those, plastic tents or placards with a number on it to denote it.
And so why did you give this number a designation of Exhibit 12?
because on this side.
Real quickly to answer this
pretty
question from
visible
Lucy A. Forever. She was living in a
fingerprint.
rental. They were in divorce
On
proceedings.
the reverse side of it, we
They
saw
were in a
what,
huge custody battle.
possibly
They
looks
had
like
built
some
a
blood
beautiful
stains.
home together. She actually
so,
comes from a
given,
lot of money. Her relative
what
is
we've
Liz
seen in the garage
Claiborne,
during the
the
walkthrough,
makeup mogul.
we
And
found that this was
someone was
probably
saying that the rental
pretty
home is
valuable
closer
piece
to
of
$3
evidence.
million, which makes sense to me.
Couple
The
questions.
home that they shared and
Can
built
you
together is
see-
probably like a $7 to
You
$10 million
indicated a
home.
fingerprint was visible.
And you can Google that.
Yes.
Was that after any kind of reagent or testing was done on it, or before?
No, it was clearly visible to the naked eye.
Could you see it on that photograph behind you, please? If you could take a look.
Not very well. I can't see any rich detail.
On the photograph? Okay. And with respect to the Exhibit 12, what exactly is that in reference to? I guess that's not a good question, but is the Exhibit 12 the fingerprint, or is it the doorknob, or is it the door that it's on?
Well, this is, it was my intent to seize the entire doorknob. So Exhibit 12 represents the doorknob.
Okay. Did you seize the entire doorknob?
Yes.
Well, the question the court has, counsel, does that include the plate behind the doorknob?
Yes, Your Honor.
If I can. Oh, I do have to zoom out. Sorry. There. Picture 7. What does that depict, sir?
That is the doorknob after I had fumed it with super glue, cyanoacrylate. And this was taken in the van prior to final packaging.
Okay, if you could walk me through, please, pretty much everything you said. How did you seize it? We'll start with that.
So again, I donned new gloves, wore a face mask, and very carefully unscrewed it from the door without trying to disrupt either the fingerprint or any of the apparent stains on the interior side of it.
I believe
Prior to
Fotis
doing this, I set up,
owed Jennifer
a small
Farber
fuming
Dulos'
tent,
mother around
on the
$7
van.
million. He was deep in
And
debt.
this is a small device that we use. We secure the doorknob inside that fuming tent. Once I removed it, we put a small hot plate with a small amount of super glue or crazy glue on that hot plate. It creates fumes inside the plastic tent, and the fumes polymerize or kind of cement that print in place.
Welcome to
So
Aria
there's no
Dakota
destroyed
Grimaldi
inside of the
Lane.
box
What a
side.
name. What a pretty name. Aria, like
So
the
you
opera.
can get to the lab in one piece, and the lab can examine it.
How long did it stay in the super glue tent?
Usually I'll set a timer for 10 or 12 minutes, and I'll just start checking it. It really depends on the item itself, the humidity. I keep a close eye on it because, like fingerprint dust, if you overfume it, you'll destroy the print.
And how do you package it after the fuming is done?
So after this was done, I secured it in a cardboard box with zip ties.
Was it given any kind of evidence number?
Yes, we designated it as State Police Exhibit 12.
Now, with respect to State Police Exhibit 12, is there also a number that is given to the exhibits to delineate it in association with the case you're there for? Well, if I could rephrase that, is there an incident number or an evidence number that's associated with this investigation?
Yes, there is, and that's where a little confusion comes in. So we have a state police case number that we worked under. Initially, this was going to be simply an assist to New Canaan. All of our numbers, or all of our exhibits are just numbered sequentially from 1 to whatever in order. Those are our numbers. That's for our documentation purposes. The intent was to turn these over, all of our exhibits over to the New Canaan Police Department. And usually the local police departments will put their own evidence labels on it, which could have a different number. Again, it's just a tracking number for the individual departments. Then, once it gets to the laboratory will sign it yet another number. So,
Now, you mentioned that this was originally an assist to New Canaan. What does that mean?
So again, New Canaan asked the state police for assistance in this missing person investigation. We do that on occasion. So we will usually we'll provide crime scene services to the local police department, at the conclusion of which we will turn over all the evidence, our photographs, all of our reports, so the local police department can continue on with their case. Sometimes they will ask for additional detectives, which we will supply. Basically, we do as much or as little as the local department asks.
Now, by the way, with respect to photograph 7 behind you, do you see the fingerprint that you were mentioning on this? If you can stand up, please, and go towards the screen. Here, I could.
You can see it here. This it's not a very clear picture, but that's the area.
Okay.
So this smudged area in the center.
Thank you, sir. And just to clarify, this is picture 8 and picture 9. Can you see that photograph or the fingerprint on the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. If you could just point it out for the record.
So with the application of the side light, see the flash here, it'll really bring up the ridge detail and the fingerprint.
And do you put it to the middle of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you said a side light.
The side light is right here.
Do you utilize that in photographing fingerprints?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat, sir. Now, did you enter the kitchen at all?
Yes, I did.
And how do you get to the kitchen from the garage?
So from the garage, you will go through that mudroom door that I removed the doorknob from. You will enter a small mudroom that has some like cubbies and coat hooks, and then you will enter a kitchen.
Is that the mudroom that you were mentioning?
Yes. So you see on the left-hand side of the photograph, that's the mudroom door.
And what is that? This states, I guess, picture 2. Is
Yes,
that also the mudroom?
Correct.
Now, the door at the end of that in the picture, I guess that's in the middle of the picture. Where does that lead to?
I believe that leads to the backyard.
Is that a door that you had swabbed for the handles that you were talking about earlier?
Yes.
And picture 3?
Picture 3 is a photo of the kitchen. You'll see the center island, and in that far corner, that's the doorway into the mudroom.
And picture 4?
Again, a photograph of the kitchen. The mudroom doorway is to the right, right adjacent to that purse on the floor.
Speaking about the purse on the floor in the bottom right, did you take any action with respect to that purse?
Yes, we did. Somewhere during processing, we examined the purse for any items of evidentiary value. We laid everything out on the dining room table that was in it. photographed it, documented it, and I believe we seized it, not on the warrant, but.
Look who's back for the end.
Turn that over to New Canaan.
Sorry, everybody.
Did you?
Very tedious testimony, Tim Jansen. What about this
That's
notion that trials ebb and
this what
flow?
you were
This seems to
talking
be
about
on
with
the
the
ebbing
contact
side of things,
first?
not the flowing
Yes.
side.
Did you do that?
Yeah,
I
these
assisted with that,
introductory
yes.
people are very boring.
And picture 6?
By the way, Tim,
another
do
view
you think
of the
that Troconis
presumptive.
takes the stand here? This
Now,
attorney
with respect to picture 7,
seems the defense attorney seems very buttoned
you
up. I
see
can't
on
imagine
the
him
bottom
letting her
right,
take the
there
stand. Do you
is
think she
a
does?
number 13.
I don't know yet.
Speaking, sir.
We didn't see an
Yes, ma'am.
opening, so we don't
Okay.
know what his
What
really
is that?
defense is.
That is a
It's going to
paper
be
towel
key
roll.
when we get to the cross-examination
We
of the
examined and we
officers
found
on
what
throwing
appeared
the
to
trash
be
out,
blood
how he
stains on it.
does.
Now,
If he
did
does
you
a thorough
put
cross
13
on
down?
that, he may
I
think he doesn't need to put her on.
For purposes, what is that called?
We call them evidence placards. Different departments call them different things. But again, it's just a number to designate the state police exhibit number that we're going to document under.
And item 13 is that the paper towel rolls right next to it.
Yes.
Is this how the paper towel rolls were found?
That's
Off
how-
the holder or on the holder?
It was off the holder.
And I'm actually going to show you states 9. Actually, I'll go back. I'm sorry. States picture 8. Upon looking at that, I guess item 13, the paper towel holder or paper towels. You indicated there was a
Great question from Mary Griffin. If one of the mods can let
Yes.
Mary
Where was
Griffin
that?
know, and shout
It
out
was,
to the mods for being here all day.
Upper
Crazy
part on
what,
the inside
they all
cardboard
do.
tube of the paper towel roll.
Who found that?
I did.
And I mean crazy in a very good way. Very much appreciated.
States photograph 9. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Can you explain what that shows, sir?
So this is the area of the apparent blood that we found on the paper towel roll.
And what did you do once you observed it?
I field tested it.
What does that mean?
So we have a presumptive field test that we utilize in the major crime squad. It screens for the presence
I'm
of
going to
blood.
object to this testimony. This witness is not qualified to testify to this.
Well, the issue of the presumptive test is going to require essentially argument outside of the presence of the jury.
Here we go again.
425.
Here we go again.
What is inclined to do is dismiss the jury for today. We can take up the argument on the
If I can, Your Honor.
presumptive test.
Yes, Your Honor, I would just indicate I am not done with my foundation questions with him. I don't know if that it will influence the court's decisions with respect to any ruling.
Well, the testimony was about to be, this is a test that we conduct in order to. And Attorney Schoenhorn stood up and rightly indicated this is the subject of a matter that should be taken up outside of the presence of the jury. The foundational question was leading, not inappropriately, leading this witness to talk about what that test is and what it's supposed to show.
That's fine.
So the testimony that he administered a test stands, but that's as far as it goes.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what the court is going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is dismiss you for today. Of course, the holiday is on Monday. We do not know what the weather report will be for Tuesday. But as of right now, we would ask that you report, well, in fact, check the judicial branch website for information about whether or not juries are going to be brought in on Tuesday. That information will be on the judicial branch website. If we are in session, we will resume on Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock. We ask that you,
10 o'clock.
yeah, not discuss the case, not.
They're expecting a big snowstorm to come through New York and Connecticut over the
Thank you.
weekend.
Have a safe weekend.
He starts at 10 o'clock every day.
Yeah. Hey, he runs the court. I would start at noon.
Judge
start at-
Judge Everett started at 8:30, 8:45.
She's got her headphones in for the translation. That's very interesting.
Translation.
She's getting a translation, even though she speaks perfect English. I think this is some gamesmanship on the part of the defense, claiming that Spanish is her first language. So she's got some sort of translation going on constantly. This is the tuition to the kids' school where the Dulos children went.
Easiest way for the court to determine the admissibility of the evidence is to hear the offer of proof through this witness.
May I question him, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant Riley, with respect to you said a field test. What do you mean by field test?
So it's a screening test we use for the presence of blood. It's called the Castlemeyer test. It consists of 2 reagents.
Huge shout out today to Space Coast. He does a
And
lot of
then
work behind the
hydrogen
scenes.
peroxide. When you combine these 2 chemicals together, 9 times out of 10 on a swab, and wait a couple of minutes, it's going to change to a bright pink color. That's part of the chemical reaction. If we combine those 2 chemicals onto a swab and we get an immediate color change, that's a positive indication for the presence of blood. So the way we conduct the test is we have a suspected stain that we think may be blood. We'll collect a small amount of that stain on a swab, put a drop of the phenolphthalein solution on it, wait a couple of seconds to see if there's any color change. If there's not, we'll put a drop of hydrogen peroxide on that swab. And if we get an immediate bright pink color change, that's a positive indication.
And how many times have you conducted this presumptive test?
Thousands.
And are you trained in it?
Yes.
Can you please explain some of your training?
My training is basically through the State Police Forensic Lab.
Tim, I missed it. Did the jury leave?
Yeah, they left.
Formulation.
That was quick. Okay.
Hey, it's Friday. They're leaving.
That reagent.
Gone. I cannot believe on this audit that my kids are
peroxide
school.
And sterile water that
Judge
we
Kevin A. Randolph just ruined my weekend. Thank you, Judge.
from Chemical Supply House. So the training was through Forensic Lab in in-service program.
And when were you trained to do this?
Sometime in the early 2000s.
This should have been a motion in limine before trial.
The way
Should
that
have been handled way before trial.
the testing has been done since the early 2000s.
Yeah, Black Widow, can you order
And is
my
there
book in
any,
Ireland? I'm not
if you
asking you
continuously
to
get
per
that,
se, although I would love
the
it. Can you
items
check
and the,
for me?
I guess the reagent, is that what is that issue or what causes the change?
A reagent is just a fancy name for a chemical.
Okay, do you get that directly from the Connecticut State Lab?
Yes, I do.
Now, what exactly is, if you can just explain what the results of that mean, the test?
Oh, I'm sorry. I left a step out. So if we get that immediate color change, it means that the chemical reaction has been sped up. So it means there's a catalyst present on that swab where we combine the chemicals. That catalyst that we're looking for is the hemoglobin component of blood.
And does that?
I like both of you even more
state
now.
whether
Black
or
Widow
not, or tell
and
you
Mystery
whether or not
Lassie.
it is blood?
Neither
or
of whom I
type
could
of blood or
understand, but I
anything,
love you both.
in
Thank you.
relation to that?
It's
does mean a lot.
a positive screen for blood. So it leads us to believe it is blood. However, it won't screen human from any other blood that contains hemoglobin. hemoglobin. So it won't differentiate between animal blood and human blood.
Does it test positive or change color in relation to anything besides that hemoglobin?
Yes, I mean, basically anything with a perioxidase ability to it. So certain foods, horseradish, turmeric come to mind. There could be some other items that would cause a false positive.
Wow. Thank you.
However,
Keith.
we just
That's
use it as a
amazing.
screening
I had
test.
no idea you could do that.
If we,
Thank you for letting me know that.
If it's a suspect stain, a substance we don't know, we'll still collect it.
Now, with respect to the item 13 behind you, just walk me through the steps that you conducted with that.
So I would take a swab moistened with sterile water, collect a small amount of that reddish brown substance onto the swab. It's a very sensitive test. Again, put a drop of the phenolphthalein solution on it, wait a second or two, put another drop of the hydrogen peroxide on it.
He's talking in present.
Well, this
terms.
is an offer of proof.
Right, but I don't even know if he's talking about what he did here, which was the question.
I believe my question was, what did you do?
Overruled.
And
After waiting a few seconds, I did put a drop of the hydrogen peroxide solution on it, obtain an immediate result, positive result, that bright pink color. I noted it as such. Then later, I packaged the roll of paper towel and noted the positive field test on the evidence label.
that is the state's offer of proof with respect to the field test, Your Honor. I'm also assuming it would be with respect to, can I just ask one follow-up question with respect to other items that were field tested? Did you keep that day on May 27th or 25th, 2019? Is it the same process that you just testified to?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing changes based on the substance or the item that you're testing?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
Torture. That's funny. Chelsea.
the court has a few concerns.
This is rough. This is a little tedious. No one's going to lie here. I do love this judge.
Positive indication.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim, speaking of judges,
The court understands.
it's a very prestigious job,
there can
but
be a positive in-
you're the money makers, Tim, the criminal
other
defense
than-
attorneys, not the state. The
So,
judges don't make
positive
relatively don't make a lot of money
indication
to
by itself.
the criminal defense attorneys. Is that right?
Court is understanding the
That's a fair
testimony
statement.
being Positive
Thank you.
indication.
Thank you,
of
counsel.
But they get the prestige of the robe, sitting
They do.
above everybody in the courtroom.
blood.
and
Just to say
Be
positive.
called judge,
indication
great
would be-
benefits.
Yeah, great benefits, nice license. You get special license plates. But what does a judge like this, if you had to guess, what does someone like him make
Even
annually?
radishes.
He might make 175,000.
Positive indication.
Really?
In Connecticut, he might make, I don't know. He's a circuit judge. He's doing a murder
I
case.
mean,
So
the court is concerned about the
You can
Great.
park wherever the hell you
False
want to park,
positive.
though.
To be clear, the court understands that phrase to mean false positive for hemoglobin.
Could be animal.
Otherwise, if there's the hydrogen peroxide applied and it immediately turns colors, that's not a false positive, that's just positive.
COE or Space Coast. Can someone help Wendy? She's trying to find the new channel. Best Trials in True Crime, STS, Surviving the Survivor. Having
Third
trouble
concern the
finding it.
court has, and the court may have to think about this over a period of time. The third concern the court has is this. The training undergone by the state police trains for blood only. The court does not understand the training to include all of the substances that could render a positive result. So if there are 40 substances that render a positive result, the court's understanding is that the training doesn't include watching the change in color concerning 40 substances. The training is very limited, as the court understands, to hemoglobin. The court understands the testimony. This test can not differentiate between animal or human hemoglobin and will render a positive result for other than hemoglobin. The court is going to take its time, not render a decision today, but when we return, the court has to think this through. On certain matters, the court plays slow pitch.
He doesn't have to reiterate that twice.
There's nothing else concerning the offer today, correct?
This is wiffle
Your
ball
Honor, I
right
can
now.
clear up some of those with the directions and the concern the court has on direct in the nature of the state's questions. I would just indicate that. But with respect to the offer, beyond addressing Your Honor's concerns, no.
So it is unlikely that we will forget where we left off when we reconvene on Tuesday.
Judge,
Oh, good.
can I be heard on a brief scheduling issue?
Yes.
Maybe throw a 6 to 12 foot pitch. The
I haven't heard this guy speak.
bench owner, as you recall, yesterday filed a motion to exclude certain DNA science, and they
I
specifically
like this poll, 80%. I think it'll rise once we get a little more interesting than this.
So
For those who do not know, you know now, Space Coast, he's talking about sonic booms plaguing the Concorde, the sound barrier. Space Coast has an IQ of like 300, one of the smartest people you'll ever meet. Very humble about it. He's able to figure out audio issues on the fly. He understands technology and kind of a brilliant mind. And the COE, if she applied herself, would be in the exact same spot. In the exact same
And I'll
spot.
just
COE is one of the smarter people I know.
Weather app for one
This
of
is a
the
slow pitch trial.
television stations.
This is great. Maybe it'll snow in Miami and the kids won't have school on Tuesday.
Watching a
either.
major winter storm for Tuesday. So what should we do and how should we find out before Tuesday whether we're going to proceed or not? Is there a way I can find out from Your Honor?
It can
by
snow a
email
lot and
so
it's
that
supposed to, Sarah Adams.
Well, what happens with the court is that over the judicial branch alert system, the judges do not have to consult the website.
Great Scott, your true crime fill starting in 21 minutes.
But the
A
court thinks
huge
that
thank you
alert
again to Tim Jansen.
would
We're
have
obviously going to be
come
covering a lot of trials moving forward. Tim Jansen's got an
Others who
open
alert
revolving
jurors.
door. He does have a day job as an attorney.
Well, other than court
So
staff,
when-
probably would be the website.
When he's able to, he will join us.
And if I could just inquire, other than this,
Hey, Joe, it looks like someone looked up the salary for this judge.
other
And
than
he
this-
made 192,000 in
I
2022.
would like to at least plan for.
It's a good guess on your part. You said 175.
How much longer we have.
In Florida, circuit judges make 182.
Cross, and then at least we can find out who other witnesses are going to be on Tuesday.
Your Honor, we spent a good hour and a half authenticating the videos, so maybe not an hour and a half, but a good hour. Not the videos, the pictures. I am only beginning my direct at this point to go through all the photographs. I assume Detective Riley should be done by 1, maybe. I'm going to be positive and say we were hoping to. I know Detective Riley also is under subpoena in federal court for Tuesday. So we will try but I can't predict how long the direct is going to be.
Tim, take a look at this question from I'm Not T-Pain. Your response?
Issue, as far as I'm concerned, was
Well,
more important.
as long as he's making
I
some
completely
headway,
agree with counsel
he's
on
got
that
the
one.
judge ruling
Just
for
wanted
him
to
and not
inform the court
threatening
that I do
contempt.
know Detective
He's gonna
Riley
keep
is
doing it.
very much wanted.
It's hurt the state's case. They're not on any momentum. They barely show she gets exhibits in.
Let's just
Not hurting him.
things develop for Tuesday.
She told me to be quiet, not Tim. I'll be
Thank you.
quiet now.
Detective, you can, I'm sorry, Sergeant, you can step down.
I can tell you, Judge Hankinson would never have had any of this. Or Judge Everett, he wouldn't.
Jury
have put up
finished
with this.
They've been told to pay attention to the judicial website for Tuesday. And we'll stand adjourned today. Thank you.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands adjourned until Tuesday, January 16th.
Now she's going to take the headsets out and communicate perfectly fine. See, she's talking perfectly fine.
That is Michelle Troconis. She just took the, you're right. And there goes the feed from the courtroom, the criminal court in Stamford, Connecticut. You know, Tim, certain people have very, like I look at you, Tim, you look like just a sweet, nice guy. You have one of those faces. Michelle Troconis, she glares. People accuse me of that. It's just because I'm shy, but people accuse me of having a resting glare face, which could be called something else. Is the jury looking? The jury is obviously looking at her, right? But can just her outward appearance, can that affect jurors?
It does. You know, when you meet people, when you first meet someone, you see somebody across a room, we all make our judgments. You look at that person, you try to figure out what you think that person is or how they are. We make judgments. We make judgments how they dress. You make judgments what they wear, how they have makeup, no makeup. If they're dressed nicely, if they're dressed disheveled, if they have nice shoes. I mean, we all look at people. That's why people go to airports. They like watching people at the airport. It's great to see all these different people, but people are all watching, right? They're all looking at people because everybody's different. The jurors are looking at every person in there, the lawyers, the defendant, the prosecutors, the witnesses. They do. What else are they going to do? They can't ask questions. They might be able to take notes. They get bored like you and I do. They are probably dead bored with all this nonsense. They're like, hey, I've seen these pictures. I don't need to do more. Let's move on. What else you got?
And what's crazy, though, is you have to assume that they don't know the story. So they've just been like flung into this and they're seeing this evidence without the bigger picture that we all have. So that idea of no opening statements, I mean, I still can't get over that. Space Coast, the answer to this is yes. Why don't you take a half day? No, I'm joking. Take the whole day. Who has custody of the kids right now? That would be Jennifer Farber Dulos's mother. And I'm just looking through some of the, I don't know that all 5 kids were in school, but this is why it's a wise idea to have as few kids as possible. I'm already at 3. That's a problem. And I'm done. But the school tuition for the 5 children would cost $210,000 a year for all 5 kids to go to school. However, she comes from a very wealthy family, so that's
like going to Ransom in Miami, right?
Ransom in Miami is it's about 45 minutes from me, and yes,
good school.
Here comes a COE. She's going to tell us. What's up, COE?
Hi, Tim. Question for you. So apparently, it's normal in Connecticut to waive the opening statement.
COE, are you going to show your face next week and come on as like a real co-host or what?
Okay, Joel, we're in the middle of something here.
Sorry.
I apologize, Tim, for Joel, not for me. So apparently that's normal for attorneys, but when you're a juror, it could be your first time. And so to not have all of that information laid out and to not know the story as well as some of us do, how detrimental is it? Because even for someone like me, I've been listening all day and it like the minutia just really can confuse you and exhaust you. And that's pretty hard for a juror to try to grasp all of that and then see the bigger picture of who this person is.
You're right. That's why when a judge says we have an opening statement, they always said this is a roadmap. It's to help the jury understand what's coming, understand what's significant, what part each witness plays into the bigger picture. If they don't have that, then they're looking at these pieces. They don't know how it's going, where it goes. They may miss it. They may not see the connection, and it may be futile for them later on to put it all together. I don't know why they don't do an opening. I think they can. I think they can waive it. Obviously, the defense sometimes waives it because they don't want the prosecution know their defense. But the state, I mean, their theory is their theory, right? You want to regurgitate it every time to the jury what you're trying to put out there and where to go. I don't know why they didn't do it.
Bonnie Lee Lopez bracing for a huge storm, not a store. It's not a huge Costco tonight, but a huge snowstorm. Not a huge Target, but a huge snowstorm starting tonight. High winds, sleet and snow here in Vermont. Warnings of power failures. Ugh. I hate to rub it in today, but it's almost hot here. It's like 85, 86. COE, is it true that my kids are not going to school on Monday again?
Yes. We don't have
Oh boy.
because Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Martin Luther King Jr. Day. That is actually a very important day. I'm going to quiz you on Martin Luther King when I get home. You know his famous speech. There you go. Did mommy just tell you, or did you know?
I knew it.
Very good. I want you to know every word to that speech by the time I get home, memorized. Tim Jansen, you're a mensch, as they say in Yiddish. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Oh, by the way, they want to know if you would represent Troconis, but that's not what I was pulling up there.
I like the way people ask me these hypotheticals.
Yeah. Yes, he would. Well, it's a case.
How much money she has.
You could probably get her off, right? I mean, there's wiggle room here.
I could win the murder case. I can guarantee you that.
There you go. It's a guarantee. Blizzard and 20 degrees in Iowa right now is reading for the Iowa caucuses, which I think are next week.
Tuesday, right?
Or Tuesday. It's supposed to be 2 degrees or minus 2 degrees. Tim, I'm actually going to text you the entire Dolphins Chiefs game as I'm under my covers watching them freeze their behinds off there. So, Tim, thank you so much. COE, thank you so much. Space Coast on the West Coast, thank you so much. The mods, I don't want to miss anyone, so I'm not going to name you individually, but you know who you are. You guys are the best. We are starting.
Name them. Let's name them. They've been here.
COE. I don't want to miss anyone.
We have Gen X Granny. We have Shaquille O'Neal. We have Frankie.
Best name in the business. Go ahead. Sorry. Everyone yells at me for interrupting, so then I have to interrupt to keep up my reputation. Go ahead, Bugs.
Well, now I lost my train of thought. We have Gen X Granny. We have Frankie Figs. We have Shaquille O'Neal. We have Copper Horse. And we have
Frankie Figs. I am not T-Pain.
Well, I said Frankie Figs the first time. I said T-Pain the first time. It's 5. Frankie Figs, Copper Horse, Gen X Granny,
Shaquille O'Neal.
Who
are we missing? See, this is why I didn't want to do this.
Hold on, wait.
See, now you're in trouble, not me.
No. Yeah, we mentioned them all.
If we're missing someone, it's a problem.
You mentioned them, and then you interrupted me, and then I said some of them. We mentioned all of them.
Montana was minus 25 this morning with a real feel of minus 50. Vita, maybe we should go skiing there next time instead. You would love that. Instead of Canada. Everyone, thank you so much for joining. Tim, you're the best. I'll hit you up over the weekend. Thanks to everybody. We're starting our next show in 11 minutes, and then I'm going to have a Vita, do you know what scotch is? Your dad's going to have one tonight, I think, and then I'll call Tim. Alcohol. Very good. Stay away from that.
All right. Take care.
Love everyone. Love you, America.